Welcome back. It's the Gratu Orloff Show, episode number 448. It's August 28th, 2021, in the year of our Lord. Been a big week. Haven't done a show since last Saturday about the same time. If you watched last Saturday, you saw that I was in a lot of pain from a pinched nerve right about here, and the pain was radiating down my arm and sometimes all the way to my fingers. Anyway, got to a chiropractor, and I'm going to be making like 30 total visits to the chiropractor over the next 3 months. And but I feel a whole lot better. Apparently, it was a pinched nerve, as I suspected. And anyway, so I started the treatment for it, and I guess it's aggravated by some stage 2 arthritis in the disc or something or other. So lots of fun. On Wednesday night, I was on Graphic Man's feed, and Graphic Man will be coming on here in a little bit. Just spoke with him. I'm going to put the link so for the show in the chat, the comment section, whatever you call it. So if you'd like to be a guest, you're welcome to come on. But Graphic Man will definitely be on, and anyone else that wants to come on, I can have up to 10 people's heads all up and down here. So not severed heads, Zoom style, StreamYard style. Well, anyway, it's another Saturday night. The sun is set here in beautiful Gratuville, and it's time for Saturday night look at pop culture and comics. And Meyer Greenblatt is already here. Meyer, if you'd like to come on, you're welcome to. You apparently couldn't come on Wednesday with Graphic Man because you were at the dentist. That's where I'm going to be Tuesday, apparently. Oh, that's something. I had to go to the dentist. No, it's not this Tuesday. It's the Tuesday after that. I went to the dentist on Tuesday, and they said I had 2 cavities. They did x-rays, but they couldn't do the cleaning because I could not. My shoulder hurt so much it was agony. I could not get it back down when they lowered me down to work on my teeth. So they had to reschedule it. So I guess I'll get a cleaning and at least one of the cavities fixed on that day, September 7th. So yeah, so lots of fun here in Gratuville. Dentists and chiropractors and let's see what's going on. I don't really like the dentist. I have to go back in 2 weeks. Yeah. I probably am going to have 2 visits too, because they said they don't normally do both fillings in one day. Let's see. Man, I'm sorry about your shoulder and the pain, man. Oh, it's nothing. I'm like 80 or more % better than I was last Saturday. It's just, whatever this guy's doing. He gave me an ice pack and something to roll, like a roll-on deodorant looking thing that you roll on. It makes things cold. And then I put on an ice pack for 30 minutes, and then he does some stretching. And here's Graphic Man coming on. Let me get this music down. So yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about all that. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Not a lot. Can you hear me good?
Yeah. Are you in a different spot than normal?
I'm in the same room, just moved over here to get away from everything.
Yeah. Well, an old friend of mine came by today. We met with a group of people at a local barbecue place that have come from all around to like a big meal, people talking about things going on in the world. And my friend, Jim Conrad, who was on as a guest maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that, he's been in the process of getting digital versions of his giant of all the books in his giant library, he's just completely downsizing. He got rid of all his toys, get rid of all his books, and he's got them all as digital files now, so you can read them.
I
So
do.
over a couple of boxes of books that he's now digitally replaced. So he just showed them to me briefly before we went out to eat. So I was going to look through them here with you guys, all three of you.
Of course, I do something similar to that, but I don't want to get rid of my my physical copies. So
yeah, he's
I
just
prefer
kind
them.
of gone through a phase, where he's kind of reevaluated his life and everything, and it's just so. Yeah, I agree. So I just got to have more bookshelves. I met a guy
Yeah.
that built all these bookshelves for comic stores the other day, but he just had a stroke, and I'm not sure if he's going back into doing contracting work or not. If he does, I said I've got some projects helping us finish out our bathroom downstairs. But anyway, so let's see. The first book I've got here is Lord Dunsany at the Edge of the World, introduction by Lynn Carter.
Wow. So he has scanned that.
No, he somehow found some
Okay.
digital copy of it, and it's now on his computer.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, so trying to figure out a way to get these books looked at. Put them here. Let's see. I've been told not to lift more than 5 pounds. And the last thing they did Friday, they said just take it easy, and then I'm going to come back Monday at 9:30. I don't know how I would do a chiropractor treatment if I wasn't retired. How do you do that? How do you go like 3 times a week to a place that opens at 9:30 and closes at 6? You'd have to take off from work 3 times a week. It works out okay for me, but that would be not good. Okay, so we've got an interesting looking book, Quiet Horror. Original title was Mystery Stories, with a foreword by Ellery Queen.
Wow.
It's got Alfred Hitchcock quote, "These spine chillers will curdle your blood." Okay, so
Looks intriguing.
Lord Dunsany book. I'm not sure I've ever read any Lord Dunsany. So he inspired Lovecraft. No, Man Bear Pig is in the house. Let's see. Hello, Gratu, Graphic Man, and chat. So it looks like we got Meyer watching Man Bear Pig and maybe someone else. If you're in the show, like you, Graphic Man, do you count as a viewer? I wonder.
Probably because I do have the YouTube going in another tab.
Yeah, and if my wife's watching it downstairs, that'll count as a person. Lovecraft, a look behind the Cthulhu mythos. It's actually, I can't really, it's a wraparound, but with a comic book, you can open it up and
right.
So you can't do that with a paperback without breaking the back of it. All right, what do we got here? The book that made science fiction grow up. It's in a little plastic sleeve. I think I'm going to dispose of the sleeve. Kingsley Amis, New Maps of Hell.
Wow.
Wow, that is cool.
That's great because the guy that drew that he probably just draws that hoping somebody will pick it up as an illustration. And I don't know if unless it's really intended to match the story.
Well, yeah, I don't know because I haven't read it. There's a lot of good reviews on the back from. Boy, I seem like I've been delayed here. Is my mouth not matching my words?
No, you're in sync.
I'm in sync. Okay. Weird. Okay. Space by the Tail. Scintillating science fiction, diverse and diverting. Jerome Bixby. Yeah, this is a style of illustration that is long gone. It's certainly amazing.
Yeah.
From the 50s and 60s.
Do you have another paperback book holder?
The two,
because those would look awesome.
Yeah, I have two paperback spinners, like spinner racks, that actually came from that store I go to 3 times a week. I bought he was getting rid of them in probably the early 90s. I'm thinking he was in the current location, but no. They're probably easier to buy than a comic book rack because those are sought after. These are 2 brand new books. A Night on the Moor and Other Tales of Dread. It's kind of like a raised skull on there by Murray Gilchrist. The Bishop of Hell and Other Stories. A lot of books about hell. Okay, and then there's a bunch of Robert Bloch books. Robert Bloch's Chamber of Horrors. 12 spine-chilling trips into the macabre mind of the author of Psycho. This book's a little bit worn. Yeah. About 12 years ago, I was trying to seek out a lot of Robert Bloch books, but now it looks like I've got pretty much all of his works. Jambo says, hey guys, hey Jambo, I enjoyed your stream. What I could see of it, I was out, I could kind of watch it a little bit. We were at a barbecue restaurant and with Night Tiger. It just ended right before we came on. So I'm going to be watching that later. Graphic Man says, hi Jambo. Well, it's you.
Yeah.
You said hi to
They're all me.
Yeah.
And if Jambo is listening, I sent him all those graphic files in the email he was hoping for. So,
oh, cool. Jambo, get that Fantastic Four stuff to me. I can't wait to see those cartoons again. I can't stop thinking about that because I love those Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Hey, graphic
good.
Stuff sent. The Clock Strikes 12. This is cool. Illustrate Macabre Tales of the Supernatural. H.R. Wakefield. There's a lot of books. This is going to take a while, guys. Just so you know, it's a lot of books here. The Trail of Cthulhu. First, I thought it said Trial of Cthulhu. Yeah. Imagining a court case where Cthulhu has to sit there and be judged by his peers. Yeah. He was an odd-looking guy. This is a special introduction by Isaac Asimov. 7 Astounding Journeys into Tomorrow by John W. Campbell. Cloak of a Seer.
Good night.
This is more of the 70s looking aesthetic. Yeah. Okay, and then these 2 are newish looking books too. And these are probably, yeah, what is going on here? Thank you to Earl. Oh, wow. Cool. Thank you, Jimbo. Gives me something to look forward to. You know, I figure if we put on enough live streams, like Night Tiger does one, then I do one, and Graphic Man does them, so maybe we can completely distract ourselves from the news and the fact. Oh, I didn't want to put it in the chat with Night because it's a controversial subject, but I want to ask Night Tiger if he knows anything about Tuesday. Do you know what I'm talking about, Graphic Man?
No, afraid not.
August 31st, these truckers are on like TikTok talking about that they're going to shut down the nation's highways Tuesday. A lot of people are talking about this because they're protesting that about what's going on, and that people in the military are being forced to do a certain thing, and teachers and they're just trying to what can we do to protest? And they say, well, I know, we'll just turn our trucks sideways and throw the keys in the over the bridge, and then who's gonna tow the trucks? And just so people are saying stock up on groceries between now and Tuesday morning. This is just probably nothing will happen, but there's a rumor going on, and of course. Another thing that didn't help was old Kamala Harris was over in Vietnam, and she was in some little press conference. She said, well, guys, I think if you want Christmas presents for Christmas, you need to shop now because you may not be able to find those toys closer to Christmas. And so that was more. And then you think, well, what has she been told is to happen? We already have problems with the supply chain, like comic book bags and comic book boxes, as far as in the little niche of what we're interested in. Those are getting real hard to get by and things. It's just certain things, or some things are plentiful and some things are drying up, and it's just people are afraid it's going to get bad again or worse. So I'm gonna need to go out and try to get some stuff. Because I don't want to, like when it froze here, I went to the convenience store up here and I was having to buy chips and stuff that didn't have to be cooked. Okay, let me get another stash of books here. They're going to get better, guys, trust me. That's just some of he must have given me, that's got to be at least $1,000 worth of books here, just as far as their values. Collector's items. I don't know what they're worth.
I feel like I ought to be showing something here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he's showing such good paperbacks. I'll show a real controversial paperback right here.
Oh yeah, Hagar.
Here's that anticipated back cover.
Is Hagar still published or drawn?
I don't know. I don't know anybody that gets a paper anymore.
Really? Yeah, that's true.
I do know that Dick Brown has passed away, and his son Chance Brown took over, but that was a few decades ago.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of. He apparently got like a terabyte of Gay and Wilson art. He got like everything he ever drew, or just an immense file. So he gave me all his Gay and Wilson books. Who is kind of a descendant from Charles Addams. He did all these very dark cartoons for a lot of different publications. I think Playboy was one of his bigger. I don't know all the different magazines. I always loved his art. My brother had a poster in his dorm room when he was in college, and I was in elementary school, and he gave it to me. I remember I had it on my door when I was like in 4th grade, and it was like complete devastation and the soldier is like real happy, and he says, "Have we won yet?" And I remember that, and but I was like, it was kind of scandalous to me because in the very corner of the poster it said like Playboy Publications, and it's like I had the Playboy logo on my door, and I'm like a third grader, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't know, that's kind of, not that there was anything bad on the poster, but it's just the word and the logo and that font. I was like, I felt like I was scandalized. I had something I shouldn't have. Plus, it was very anti-war, which, like, who's pro-war? But you know, my dad was in the Vietnam War, so I figure what just fell on me. Oh, this fell on me. A little, it's fake, but it's cool.
Did your dad ever express his opinion on whether Vietnam should have happened, or because being in it, I'm sure he had opinions. I don't know if he expressed them. It might not have seemed very militaristic to do so, I guess.
Well, he wasn't jingoistic, and he never. No, he never really did. He never really said one way or the other. It he just talked about what a huge waste, that
Okay.
that it is on people and everything. It's just that, well, he's talked about how terrible war is, but he never really. I don't think that my parents' generation. I think it's something you kind of didn't do. At least my parents didn't talk about. Hey, Meyer, they didn't really talk about political opinions in front of me because I think they realized that little kids go and repeat at school.
Sure.
Like I remember my mom never would tell me who she was voting for, because you just so that's how I was raised. So when my students would ask me who I'm voting for, I said, "Well, I just don't talk about it." Some teachers, I'm so happy to tell you I'm voting against that orange Cheeto.
I bet.
I'm cool. Don't you love me because I'm just like you? I hate that orange Cheeto. This is like the teacher across the hall from me, but I would just say no. And then they would say, "Oh, well, I bet you're voting for whatever." It's just, but I can't tell you. That's how I was raised. It's just like it's not anybody's business. But yeah. So I think I don't. I'm pretty sure my dad wasn't like real crazy about being in the Vietnam War. I mean, shit. But or the Korean War. I'm sure that was just as bad, if not worse. Except he was a little younger then. Anyway, how are you doing, Meyer?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys? I'm doing good.
All right. I don't know if you saw last Saturday's show. I'm just going, and then
Yeah, I did.
it came on just out of mercy. I'm doing a lot better. I was telling my wife, she has a lot of problems with her back too. And for all I know, she's in much more pain than I like all the time that I was then. And so it's hard to have sympathy, but I would just get to the point where I just couldn't sit down. I couldn't lay down, and I'd just be spinning around going, like I'm turning into the Hulk. Of course, women can bear pain a lot easier than a guy. But I felt like as bad as when I had shingles, and shingles is bad. It feels like a burning sword going through you. And so, anyway.
Did you go surfing today, Meyer?
No, I didn't. No.
Cool. Well, it's cool that you can do that. Is what I meant. Not cool that you didn't go surfing.
Oh yeah, I don't have any complaints. Things are okay.
So, okay. I'm just showing these books that my friend gave to me. Gave me like two boxes of books this morning. Okay, so I've never seen this Gan Wilson book. What is he doing there?
I loved his art in National Lampoon. That's where I first saw all of his stuff. Would have been that, what was it called? Nutshells? Where it was the little kid?
Oh, yeah. He did do that. This is like his single panel illustrations that I don't know what they were in a bunch of magazines, but Yeah, I most closely associate him with Playboy and National Lampoon. But Playboy had a tendency, he was always funny, but Playboy would get these great artists from the golden age, and then the cartoons just weren't funny. They just weren't funny. And he had Jack Cole that did Plastic Man, and he got all the, Bill Elder, Harvey Kurtzman are all working there, and it just their stuff was never that. Just because of what the magazine was, they were restricted to only a certain kind of humor in it. Um, okay, here's a more recent Gan Wilson's Monster Collection. Yeah, and here's a book I've been wanting to get for years and never got it, and now I have it. And it's a book about William Castle called "Step Right Up, I'm Gonna Scare the Pants Off America." Memoirs of the B-movie mogul, introduction by John Waters. Now, you guys know about William Castle, right?
Yeah, love it.
So it's, great stuff. I mean, I can't wait to read this.
Did you see there was a movie that John Goodman made? It's probably been like 10, 15 years ago that was like loosely based on
Matinee.
Yes, Matinee, exactly. Yeah. I enjoyed that. It was good.
I did too. I loved that movie. I thought the ending pushed it too far because all these movies that either Spielberg makes or the people in his influence, because I think Spielberg might have produced that movie, there was no reason for, of course, they have to have an ending where the theater falls apart and the balcony falls down and all that shit. Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't need to go that far with it, because before it was a very intimate story about a kid like us, but he's living through the Cuban Missile Crisis, and this guy that he admires is coming and to the theater, William Castle basically, and you see him reading Famous Monsters, and you see his bedroom, and it was cool, but then you don't need the ending where the theater falls apart. That's because then you're taken out of it, and it's like, oh, it's a movie. But it doesn't take away that I love the movie. It just, I wish the ending had been crafted a little better. This is a pretty famous Robert Bloch book. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. and he had this, he wrote a lot about Jack the Ripper. In fact, didn't he write the Star Trek episode with Jack the Ripper?
I don't know. I didn't know that, but probably.
Remember where the guy, what was that character? I can never remember that character actor's name.
James Fiedler.
Yeah.
Fiedle. I've got his autograph. He's also the voice of Piglet.
Right. And we had this discussion about 3 months ago or something. The same thing where, who was that guy? And you told me, I'm pretty sure. I have this feeling of deja vu. Yeah, he was the mortician in Kolchak. It turned out Jack the Ripper was an alien that had been, screwing people up on different planets for.
And then Jack the Ripper has the nerve to show up in a Babylon 5 episode. So he was everywhere.
Oh, yeah. I just like when they were, what did they drug up that alien? And then they're carrying him out and he's going, die, everybody die. Because he's drunk or intoxicated. That was an interesting episode. And there's another Bloch and Bradbury, the two finest writers of science fiction and horror, team up to give you this fantastic, frightening, fabulous book. So they just have some stories from one and some stories from the other. So I think with the street cred from writing Psycho, it really made him a big best-selling guy.
I've never seen this artwork. This is incredible.
No, I haven't either. Stuff like this might appear in these half-price bookstore type places, but very rarely do you see, a collection that he's put this collection together probably back in the 60s and 70s. He's a few years older than me. I mean, this is, oh yeah. The Skull of the Marquis de Sade. Oh, okay. It's the movie that was coming out was called The Skull. So that's why they've got Peter Cushing. So this was meant to tie in with the movie that was being released at the time. And Robert Bloch based Norman Bates just as much on the editor of Castle of Frankenstein as he did Ed Gein or, I've probably told that story 40 times. You probably already know it. But if you don't, I'll repeat it. But I don't mind. But I don't want to be like that old uncle that tells you the stories over and over again. But anyone watching, if you just type in Robert Bloch, Calvin Beck, Castle of Frankenstein, you'll get the full story. How the editor of Castle of Frankenstein wasn't a murderer, but he had a lot of the characteristics of Norman Bates. This looks more recent, but by more recent, maybe late 70s. To me, that's recent. The best-selling author is Psycho. Fear Today, Gone Tomorrow. I got to keep... My main thing is my posture. That's what's getting me. Maybe if I'd been in the military, I would have learned proper posture. But I've had bad posture forever. And so now I'm paying the price. Actually, I have this book. But, there's a couple of books that I already have. So I might be able to... use them as trading stuff or send them to, send them to somebody. Okay, so, more. Ooh. Gee, this is cool. It's the Grand Guignol Theater of Fear and Terror. Do you know what that is, the Grand Guignol?
I'm afraid not.
No.
There's a theater in France. Let me make myself full screen for a second. Called the expression Grand Guignol. People use that for like extreme gore, but there was a theater called the Grand Guignol in Paris, and they had stage plays that were like slasher movies. It was people would be killed or burned, and this is about. See, they would have these plays, and it was like people getting stabbed. And it was pretty convincing, the knives would retract and they had blood squirting out. And it was just, people would go to see these,
What
the
time
same.
period was this?
1800s, early 1900s. I don't know when.
Right.
I mean, obviously after cameras,
Right.
photography started in the 1850s. Here's an ad for one of their. So here are the Selwyns are, they're bringing it to America. So New York City, so I guess they would tour or two. People heard about it, and it was just, I guess it's sort of like the beginnings of, it's just, just bloody. The same people that watched Friday the 13th before that was in movies, they would go. There was a way to watch plays because it's the same.
It's fascinating.
People like it. It's fascinating.
It's like the equivalent to live National Enquirer.
Yeah, it's apparently fascinating until you've seen the real thing.
Right.
That it's not as much.
There's a guy here in San Francisco history. His name was Oofty Goofty, and he was the first wild man from Borneo, and he was like for years in a cage on Market Street here in San Francisco. But then, like right around the turn of the century, he like graduated to doing this thing where he would walk up and down Broadway and Market Street like in front of all of the bars and clubs, and this is right around 1900 or so. And he would let people hit him with sticks for a nickel or a baseball bat for a quarter. He would let people punch him in the face if they gave him a dime. he was like famous, and it was like this guy that would just walk up and down the street, let people physically assault him for money.
Yeah,
Isn't that
that's
strange?
Is
It's
that
like
the
a
same
big
guy that?
desire. What's that? Go ahead, Graphic Man.
Is that the same guy that he was successful at handling everybody hitting him with a bat, and
Yes.
then one day he walks up to John L. Sullivan,
Yes, that's true.
the
story.
prize fighter. Okay, yeah, and he doesn't do
broke
too
his
well
back.
after.
Apparently, John L. Sullivan broke his back. Yeah. Kind of weird. So it's like he was like somehow, this guy was making a living off of tying into this weird human desire to do. You know what I mean? It's like on that level of that Grand Guignol or Guignol.
if
Really
someone
weird.
had killed him, they probably would have been arrested.
Oh yeah, he was. The guy was famous and popular. It was. This is a weird place.
Yeah. All right. I'm just bringing a few books over at a time because I'm not supposed to be carrying huge. Of course, I carried them all up together. So that kind of negates the whole thing. This looks interesting. Cross Plains Universe. Texans celebrate Robert E. Howard.
Oh, that does look cool.
So, I've never seen this book. Apparently, the year 2006 marks the centenary of the birth of pioneering Texan pulp writer Robert E. Howard. In celebration, editors Scott A. Cupp and Joe R. Lansdale have assembled this collection of original stories by Texas writers, each paying homage to the man who blazed the trail for all who followed. So, all these writers. What was it you ordered off of Amazon, Meyer? You were saying you were ordering, I can't remember. We were talking about something. You said, I'm ordering it now. Oh, it was the book that was being showed Wednesday. Did you get it already?
Yeah,
Wow.
it just came here today.
Yeah, I was thinking.
It is big and heavy, man, and it's
Did
really
they-
high quality. Look at this frontispiece.
Yeah, let me make you full page. Did they damage it at all, or did they wrap it properly?
No, this one was wrapped properly, but I've gotten books from them before that were damaged.
Oh wow.
But it's so it's 570 pages or something. And what's interesting is that it's arranged. The stories are arranged by artists.
Okay.
So the way the contents is set up is it's not chronological or by title. It's by artist and then it's alphabetical. So it starts with Johnny Craig and ends with stories by Wally Wood. And it's really good, man. You know what I like about it is that it's a size up from the regular comic size, like EC reprints that we're used to reading. So it's easier on your eyes because it's bigger.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's I don't know. I'm getting up there in age. It's because the little typeset in the lettering for EC is kind of small. But yeah, it's nice. It came here today, and it's really inexpensive. I was surprised how cheap it was on Amazon because the cover price on the book is $49.99, and it was $24 on Amazon. So it was 50% off.
I don't see how people build these huge collections of omnibuses or omnibuy or however it's said.
Right.
I just don't know.
I have a couple of them.
But I mean, it's like I saw someone showing the book. There's a one that just came out. I think it's called August 1961 or something like that. It's all the Marvel comics that came out the month.
Oh, okay.
The Fantastic Four #1 came out. And then they showed the price tag, and it's like $149. And it's like, I don't think I can swing that. This is a good book. I have this book, so I might, trade with somebody. The Life of Robert E. Howard. And it's forget the name of this artist, but he did a lot of paperback covers. I think he did some covers of Savage Sword of Conan, too. just showing what the actual author looked like. He was just, he really was kind of an odd looking guy, because he would just walk down the streets of Cross Plains, this tiny town, wearing a sombrero, this giant guy that was a bookworm. I doubt those farmers knew what to make of him.
The actor that portrayed him in that movie, I can't remember his name right now, was actually pretty well casted, I think.
Yeah, it was the guy from Full Metal Jacket that went crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was more of a romance.
Kingpin and Daredevil in the Daredevil Netflix.
Yeah, you're right. He's a good actor, but that was a pretty good movie.
That was a good movie. I've forgotten what it was called. It was
me too. I can't remember it either. I just remember I watched it with my
romance between him
and she was interested in reading Conan after watching that movie, which was cool.
Yeah, that was a good movie. Yeah, this is Unknown Pleasures, a cultural biography of Roxy Music. I don't know a whole lot about Roxy Music, but I could always learn. This is my wife will love this. Well, I like their music too, but I know it more through my wife. The band Joy Division. It's the life of Ian Curtis, torn apart. I didn't really know Joy Division much until later on in life. Do you know much about the band? Either
I don't. I haven't.
They were. How do you describe them? They're not punk. They're not new wave, but they were. It's a cool band, and anyway, the lead singer committed suicide at a certain point, and they're named after, I think, the brothel unit in Nazi concentration camps. They go where they'd force women to do things, and so it's kind of a, they're the lead singer is an interesting guy. Here's a cool book, Sax Rohmer, The Bat Flies Low.
Wow, that's very cool.
I'm sure there was a dust jacket at one time, but please return to this guy in Ohio. But
well, get in your car and head on out there.
Yeah, it looks like 1935. I think it's a Fu Manchu story. Oh no, maybe not. It says, in the Book of Thoth, and behind the golden curtain lay one of Egypt's most dangerous secrets. Maybe it's not Fu Manchu. But I'll tell you, my friend said something about this being his last book or something like that. Someone didn't like this part. they kind of crossed it out with pencil.
Redacted.
Yeah. Boy, that would be so cool if this movie coming out in a few weeks or maybe 2 weeks. This Shang-Chi movie, actually his father was Fu Manchu. That would be great, but
they're not doing it the right way.
Yeah, I mean,
true. He doesn't even look like Shang-Chi, or I always called him Shang-Chi, but he doesn't look the right way. What it needs to be is it needs to take place in the 70s. It needs to be like a semi-humorous kung fu movie, and the main character needs to be almost a lookalike for Bruce Lee on purpose.
Right.
On purpose, he needs to
look like they tried not to get someone that looks like Bruce Lee.
Yeah, they've made it.
China doesn't want the movie. I don't know if it's the government or the people. They said the actor is too ugly. They don't like him, so they made the movie hoping they would would help him break into the.
No one here cares, and my neighborhood's like 80% Chinese, and no one here even gives a. No one cares.
Yeah.
About no one at all. It's
yeah,
not like a social thing here. You know what I mean? It's like a.
Well, it's a comic book nobody remembers, and it's that wasn't even the name of the comic. It was called Master of Kung Fu, and
that would have been made more sense to title it that as well.
People that have seen it early swear it's great. but these are also the shills that get in early to see
Yeah.
these
Right.
movies. And that guy John Campia that looks a little bit like a Robert De Niro that does YouTube reviews loved it, but well, actually, he didn't love the last Star Wars movie. He came out of that and said it's got a lot of problems, but yeah, he usually loves everything. So anyway, this is Tiger by the Tail. And other science fiction stories by Alan E. Norris.
I could have done that cover. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Somebody
know
had to say it.
it does have a great 50s feel to it, though.
Yeah, it does. But that
Um,
was the design style was minimalism. It was like that minimalistic, futurism. 50s futurism.
Look at the author there. I need to research some of this because I don't know this author, but it's like I feel like I ought to, you know.
And I apologize if I offend anybody in the chat.
Well,
When I see a cover like that, it brings out
please.
the comedian in me. I think to myself, when's that deadline? Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, hold on, and I'll just scribble.
Really.
Scribble.
It's not like it was painted or anything.
Yeah.
The Supernatural Tales of Thomas Hardy. I don't know that author. This is a new anthology that collects the 12 principal deities of the Lovecraftian mythos and sets them loose within its pages. The gods of H.P. Lovecraft. Oh. Oof. Okay, so.
Elder gods, right?
Yeah. I wonder if I should bring those. There's some big books. And rather than move the big books here, I might just take the laptop over there. In fact, I think I will because I want to show you some things that I may have never shown. Let's see. Solo layout. Oh, I did the wrong guy. Sorry. I meant to. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. Solo layout. All right. So, it seems like I remember at this comic shop 25 years ago, there was always behind the counter, there was this weird homemade Superman figure that they were always trying to sell. It never sold. It must have been thrown in the back room. And then a couple of weeks ago, I think it was around New Comic Book. No, it was before New Comic Book Day. They were going to just get rid of it, like throw it out and let someone take it. I said, I'll take it. And it's like some of the hair had fallen out of the guy, big patches of hair, because it looked like someone had like shaved off their pubic hair and glued it on top of it. This homemade soup to make it like hair for Superman. So I just took a marker and colored in the bald spots, but it's very primitive looking Superman. And then next to it, what I'm about to show you is this, those little figures that they use in art class and you pose them to. Yeah. So some girl at the school I was working at had painted one to look like Superman. And
Cool.
so I talked to the art teacher and I think I paid $30. And so that she was now an actual artist that had sold her work. So I'll show you.
That's a great idea. That's cool.
Okay. Let's see. You can see it's hard to manipulate. This laptop is getting hot. This, the one on your left is the art figure. I'll try to do one with my phone where I can do close-ups. Hold on. Anyway, that guy there on the right is the dusty, broken old homemade figure. Okay, so let's look down into this box here. It's mostly, what's this? It's a book about Roxy Music called Remake. This book here, this coffee table book about pulp art. I actually already have that, but
I'd love for you to go through that pulp art book one day.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I could do it now. I just take it over there, but I didn't want to bring all these Gan Wilson books over. This is called Even Weirder, all new collection from the master of the macabre cartoon. Here's a hardcover one. Still Weird.
Oh, that looks cool.
This, no, I don't have this one. Is Nothing Sacred.
Wow. What is that Betty Boop made out of right there?
Oh, that was sold. That's not old. That's from an antique mall. I don't know what it's made out of. It's not super heavy. They make these fake looking antique things, I think, in China, or they did about 20 years ago.
Okay.
Get them at antique malls, but it's cool. And she's got a little platter, and I guess you're supposed to probably put your business cards on it for, and just have it in your
I like it.
store or something. And there's where my projector should be, but my friend Gerald's got it. He says he's found isolated that there's something causing it to get power. It's not the bulb that's out. So he's going to order that for me and some circuit board or something. And so something or other. So I'll have that. Hopefully my projector working again. And so all the toys conspiring to get the kid, and then we'll get him. I remember that cartoon. Oh, this book he said was a pretty pricey, valuable book for a while, but that's that window is causing the problem. The Battle of Brazil, the real story of Terry Gilliam's victory over Hollywood to release his landmark film, includes the annotated screenplay. So apparently they recently reprinted it, so it's not super valuable anymore. Gan Wilson's America. This is his reprints of some of his Playboy cartoons. He never did dirty cartoons, I don't think. As far as I know, I've never seen any cartoon that was dirty. It's another collection from Playboy. Or is this the same book? No, it's different. And then this is really cool. This is a pretty rare book. Tex Avery, King of Cartoons.
Excellent. That's cool.
From the 70s.
Very cool.
And then this book about Cab Calloway. It's actually not a. He wrote it, I guess, with someone else. Okay, so let me put this back. The other box underneath it has Underground Comics, and I'll bring that over, and some Underground Comics and newspapers too that I've never seen. That maybe they're common in San Francisco. I think they might be from San Francisco. Anyway, I'm just glad that pain is. There were several nights I really couldn't sleep at all. Like a couple of nights this week, I could not sleep. There was absolutely no position for me to sleep in where I wasn't in pain. And I'm just glad I can sleep now. So I'm pretty happy about all that. So what's going on here? We got 7 people watching. Yeah, Man Bear Pig says feel the same way about Luke Cage. Should have been set in the 70s. Yeah, definitely.
I agree, Man Bear Pig.
Honestly, yes, that should have been set in the 70s. Master of Kung Fu should have been set in the 70s. Iron Fist should have been set in the 70s. Fantastic Four should be set in the 60s. So should Spider-Man. Almost everything, in my opinion, as far as Marvel goes, should be set in the time period when those stories were first published. in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why that Shield TV show was so forgettable and unwatchable, because it should have been like The Man from U.N.C.L.E. At least it should have had a cool theme song, a cool opening credit sequence. But of course, there was nothing interesting about it. It didn't have the feel of a 60s spy show. But plug this back in.
You okay? Did I lose you, guys?
He's starting to
Graphic.
strobe a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. What are you,
Oh, that sounds cool, Graphic Man.
here, let me get this. Let's go. I'm frozen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it happened about the time you were plugging back in, I think.
What? No, not me. The computer screen's frozen.
Okay.
Okay. I'm here.
No, yeah, it's real cold here in Texas. I'm
Oh man.
on here. On my computer, nothing's responding. It says page unresponsive.
Well,
Hey. Well,
Meyer, are you gonna do any Captain Action, Captain videos? I remember you were keeping the stuff boxed up because you thought you might possibly move, and I think I've been asking you to see if you had the one where he could turn into the Phantom.
Yeah, I don't have that one, but I did find one. I did find a Captain Action, but he's in a Hawkeye uniform or a Hawkeye outfit, and it's a really nice
Okay.
figure. It's a good
All
figure.
right.
You see it? I can bring it right now. It's right here.
Have you done it in the past? Maybe I should just go watch one of your old videos.
No, I haven't. You know what? For the past 2 weeks, I've been unpacking and it's been fun because I don't know what
good.
anything. It's so right now. It's giving me an opportunity to like pare down my comic collection in a way. You know, because I'm going through everything. Also, do a deep cleaning of the house and then organize all of the toys. You know.
Well, I look forward to it whenever you can do a show on that.
Because that's what I've been doing. And it's been really fun. Maybe I should have filmed some of it. You know, maybe I should have filmed some of it. We'll see if you can see this, but this is a really nice figure.
Let me make it bigger.
Whoa,
Oh wow!
That's like from the '60s when his outfit was like that.
It's like the Don Heck version, and he's even got Ant-Man on his arrow.
Oh, that is cool.
And is
And
this a
yeah, I can see
customized thing, or is it a real thing?
Oh, the boots. Oh man. Yeah.
So this came out probably about 10 years ago. It's they made like all new outfits for Captain Action figures. And so I bought a couple Captain Actions and then I bought the ones that looked really cool. And this was one of the coolest ones.
So I'm guessing the cover where he has Ant-Man on the arrow, that's from like 1981, I'm guessing. But I think it's great that the costume is definitely from the mid 60s.
Yeah, it's really dead on. The color and the tailoring is really good.
That comic book has become very sought after with that cover image.
Yeah, you can see the red and his shorts and his boots. Oh, that's great. Yeah. As soon as you said who it was, yeah.
And then since it's Captain Action, of course, you know, this head comes off, and it's a face, it's a mask.
Wow. That is cool.
Well, who is that under the mask?
That's Captain Action, and his face is now colored purple because of the plastic ran. But yeah, this is what the new Captain Action looks like in like 2014 or something when this came out.
Oh, so they didn't use the mold from the 60s.
No, it's a different mold.
Because Captain Action in the 60s looked like George Bush.
Yeah, no,
Meyer,
this is pretty close, but it's different.
Huh. If I were going to get one of those, just like you just showed, how much would that run me?
I have no idea because they don't. You're going to have to buy it on the secondary market, so it's probably going to be, I would say, between 50 and 100, maybe, but perhaps less. I don't really know.
That's beautiful.
It's my crypto figure. And then you were showing your Superman, so it's kind of a coincidence, but I had my Superman out already, so there's
that's slightly better. There was a crypto made back in the 60s, but I think it was sold with the Supergirl figure.
Or Superboy, yeah.
Well, I don't. Well, or what? Maybe it did come as an accessory with Superboy. Is that what it was?
I think it was actually part of the Captain Action line. Actually, I think.
And yeah, I think Supergirl had the little cat with her.
Yeah, yes. Probably. I mean, because they had the Super Queens that they didn't change; they were just made to be that figure. So they had Batgirl, Wonder Woman, and Mara, and Supergirl. And
thank you so much for showing these. Oh man, look at that! Wow.
This is that Roy Rogers stagecoach that I was telling you about that I found. So in about like 1954, 1955, Ideal came out with this stagecoach, which is the Roy Rogers, and it's part of the Ideal Fix-It Vehicles line. So what I mean by that is it comes with tools where you can change the tires and you can take the whole thing apart and disassemble it. It's made to be able to like be taken apart by a little kid. You'll see, like, look at the big nuts that are on the wheels, and on the bottom, see that spare wheel down there?
Yeah.
And on the front, it's meant to be tied with like a shoelace, and it's meant to be pulled across the floor or down the sidewalk by a little kid. And when you pull it, the horses go up and down. And it was a very popular toy. They probably made tens of thousands and sold tens of thousands of them for multiple Christmases in a row. They would like rebrand it. And this particular one, and then they also had a chuck wagon. This one is Roy Rogers Bar L Ranch, I think is what that says, but it's hard to see it. Bar double R? I can't tell. But check this out, Graphic Man. This is the Roy Rogers that comes with it. And the detail, I mean, of course, like most of the toys that I own, nothing is mint, and it's kind of old and beat up because I buy it because it's inexpensive. But this figure actually kind of resembles Roy Rogers.
Well, good. Did you see the Roy I showed Wednesday?
No, No, I tuned in late. You probably didn't tune in until after like 90 minutes in.
Yeah, I just got another one.
Wow.
I'll be showing it Wednesday.
How did you get it? Through the mail?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see.
Can bring me back.
Let's see if I'm back to normal or not.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so in the other box, there's a bunch of underground comics and newspapers. So let me make it a little bigger here. So I've never heard of this one, American Flyer Funnies. There's a way to tell what printing these are. but a lot of times you can just go by the price, and
Right.
this is a sticker that was put over the original price, so that means it's an earlier printing. But some of these pages I cannot show, but the artwork is a lot of these underground comics were most heavily influenced by EC, either by EC Horror or EC Mad, because the guys that were making these, let's say you're 22 years old drawing underground comics and it's 1967, then you were 12 in 1957 and you were a little kid and you were aware of EC, or even if it had stopped publishing, it had still, those comics were still around. So yeah, I think there was like almost the fact that those comics were pulled out from under that generation created a certain amount of resentment against the man, and it's like, I don't say that's what they were rebelling against by becoming hippies, but it might have been the first time they realized as kids that, something they loved could be taken away by adults. And then, of course, being all the other horrible stuff happening in the 60s, from the Kennedy to the Vietnam War and everything. So this is a cool comic. I'll put it over here. I don't know if either of you are collector like underground comics. Here's a reprint of Basil Warburton stuff. This one I think I have, because whenever I saw Basil Warburton stuff for sale, I would get it. Mr. Monster's Weird Tales of the Future.
I've never seen that. That's great.
Yeah, this is and this one's actually color inside. So it's reprints of Golden Age Basil Wolverine stuff. There's the Brain Bat story that is so famous.
That looks great.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, great. Absolutely.
and this is this character, Mr. Weird, or what was his name? Or was it Cap? I forget what his name was. He had a whole run of comics. No, he was Doc Weird or something like that. This character, he's introducing the stories.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, I know who that is.
I think his name's Doc Weird or something like that.
Yeah, I have a couple of issues from it's like the mid '80s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's Eclipse Comics number
Mr.
1
Monster.
if you're looking for it. This is
yeah,
I'm going to get rid of some of these older bags. This is Basil Warburton's Gateway to Horror. Man, I saw a World's Finest comic the other day that was so weird. I don't know if you've ever seen it, where Batman and Superman are like cut up into little twisty, it was like Salvador Dali style cover. Do you know the issue I'm talking about?
No.
It was probably from the 80s. I guess I'm gonna have to get that. Well, I'd have to do some scrolling on mycomicshop.com. I could probably find it, because yeah, I ought to do that. This is black and white reprints. Yeah, he was a genius. Here's Basil Wolverton's Fantastic Fables. This is from Dark Horse, black and white reprints. These are Must have been meant to be comic strips. Oh, you go. No, I'm just a second here. Let me get this all. I'm going to try something here.
If you want to keep showing books, I'll look for that World's Finest. But it's
Oh,
up
I
to
was
you.
about to do that. Yeah, do that.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
I don't think it's from the 90s. It's probably
They
late.
didn't make it. Yeah, they didn't make it to the 90s. So,
It didn't, did it?
no.
Maybe it's like real towards the end, and maybe that's why I've never seen it in my life, because they say a lot of times comics, when they're failing, they lower
Yeah.
the print numbers, and then
Yeah.
people pay more for these late issues. Well, then I guess I'll put myself full screen. I got this Von. I used to pronounce it Von Bode, but I think it's Von Bode.
Yeah, me too. I
Junkwell.
pronounced it the wrong way. It's Baudet, and I went to an art show that his son put on here in the city. His son has a style that's very similar to his dad,
Definitely,
and except he's got like a graffiti style. And on the way to the show, I got corrected on how I was pronouncing the name. I was like, "Oops!"
Yeah.
Like for 30 years, I've been mispronouncing this family's name.
How are you supposed to know? You know,
Right,
it's,
you know. Yeah.
but you know, of course, his style was pretty much taken by Ralph Bakshi for that movie Wizards.
Yeah, it was.
But he always was kind of like this rock star kind of person, like Jim Morrison type. He always seemed
Have you ever seen that self-portrait that he painted? That's like it's iconic, or is what it's called. It looks like he's portraying himself as like the Virgin Mary. You know what I'm
I
talking
think
about?
so. Yeah. Look at
It's
all.
life size, and it looks like a stained glass painting, sort of.
I think I have. Yeah.
And I think he committed suicide.
I think so. I think this was an
I think it was a
interesting
drug
guy.
overdose, but it was an intentional drug overdose. I think. I don't know, but kind of sounds like it. That's what the word around the campfire was.
This is indicative. This amount of text.
Yeah.
Of drug use, specific drugs. I mean, even 60s Marvel or EC from the 50s weren't that wordy. Like, oh, geez. And it's tiny too.
I think I found it.
Okay, it's unmistakable.
His son does sculpture too, and he had like this large sculpture that was like that Indian Hindu elephant god, sort of, but
Right.
it had like multiple heads, and some of the heads were repurposed Barbie doll heads and repurposed Barbie doll and GI Joe parts, and it was heavily like paper mache and painted in their style, and it was just really cool, but creepy at the same time because it was like a religious piece, intentionally.
Yeah, cool. What is the number, Graphic Man, of the World's Finest?
305.
And how close is that to the end?
Looks like they only went to 323.
Okay. All right. So let's see.
I think it's what you're describing. It's weird.
It is definitely what I'm describing.
Is that it?
This thing here.
Whoa. It's just how you described it.
Face. Where is his? Oh, his face is there. This is there.
What is it? $6? $2. Very good.
Yeah, it's 5 for 8.5.
I wouldn't have picked that up off the stand. I would have just grabbed some more Marvel back then.
Well, but what about today?
Well, now I'm interested.
Yeah.
I would have picked it up back then. In many cases, in many instances, my comic book purchases were based upon what was available to me at the time at the place. And
Yeah.
sometimes that would have been the best superhero comic I could have found on that 2-mile walk to Safeway. And I would have bought that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. So layout. Okay, this one, I know that I have this one.
Yeah.
It's so great. And this one is not just all Basil Wolverton. It's just weird stuff that they reprinted. So yeah, it's just color reprints of old stories. Which is a cool thing. I wish this thing had lasted longer. But there was a lot of stuff like this in the 90s. That's what usually in the 90s I would go to the rack that had stuff like this and kind of ignore what was going on with Marvel at the time.
They did.
Here's more. Actually, I do own this one too. But oh, it's a wraparound. Never realized that. I guess it's done kind of like a pulp here. Then it's also
I like
got
that
the
cover.
yeah. It's so you don't. There's no. Did you say there is not a comic store in San Francisco that you know of that has these old things?
No,
Underground?
there is. Those are kind of all over the place, really.
Oh,
So
okay.
So old like rip-off press and underground comic reprints. They
Uh-huh.
sell those like at souvenir shops all up and at head shops, and
Right.
weed shops all up and down Haight Street, and really all around the tourists come and buy tie-dye and go and they want to go smoke pot at like the whole thing. So this
Right.
stuff is available to to old boomers, like to people our age that are normies to buy.
Yeah.
But there's no more old school comic shops left in the city. And by old school, I mean like the old comic book guy, the grouchy guy behind the counter, and
Right.
it's all corporate now. Every single one of them is corporate.
So this reprints Powerhouse Pepper #1 by Wolverton.
That's cool.
So I think that they had access to the original art. I think a lot of the original art survived. And I think was my friend that passed away had some, and he knew this guy in Los Angeles that had a major collection of Basil Wolverton art. Let's see what's going on over here in the chat. Hello, Grot, Rod, and Graf and gang. Eric Breen's here. Good evening, Fossils. Paula says, it's Baudet. There's an accented character. Yeah, but I didn't know that when I was in 4th grade or 3rd grade. I guess I first saw him in Crazy #1. He did the back cover. I wasn't reading National Lampoon in 3rd grade. So Crazy must have been my first exposure to him. Here's another issue of Intense.
Wow. That's pretty intense.
Yeah, so it's got Powerhouse Pepper and this insane stuff that
Dripping with LSD.
How would
Yeah.
that? This is originally from a kid's comic, and it's like those are clearly naked men. I would think. Of course, I don't know how they colored them. In the color version, it might not have looked so lurid, but the stuff is very weird, but it's never dirty. It's the thing, and it's very influential. It's really hard to tell the difference between this and the underground comics that I'm showing, because this is clearly influential on them. But
Right.
I think he was like a religious guy. He just had a warped mind because he did like a whole illustrated Bible.
Yeah.
But it was nightmarish, but it was a Bible. It seemed like it concentrated on the horrible things in the Bible, the people with, festering boils on their faces and stuff, and
in the foreground.
Apocalypse. It's Mystic Moot and his magic snoot. So he's almost like, if he had taken another route and did children's books, he could have been like a Dr. Seuss. If this art was available in your school library when you were a first or second grader next to Dr. Seuss, you'd probably get him just as much as Dr. Seuss. But
I think if his art were available to first graders, we would have more artists today, because I think you can't help but look at that and go, I want to try to do that too.
yeah, Dr. Seuss might be too intimidating, because it's like, I don't know if you even think that you could ever replicate Dr. Seuss as a kid. Here's a tiny comic, give you scale. This one's more regular size. It's smaller size. Sure is colorful. I've never seen this one. Oh, it's called Color. Oh, and it's actually printed in color. So this was better be careful what I'm showing here. Oh, it's I mean, it's 30s inspired, but it's so psychedelicized that you can barely recognize.
Yeah. It looks a little bit like Spain the way it is. Yeah. Or the guy that remember the guy that did the Checkered Demon was like that. Everything flowed together.
Yeah.
Creepily.
I don't know who the artist is. I didn't even look.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh,
Continue.
Sure. All right. This is Victor Moscoso from 1971. He was he did a poster designer in the rock world. So this one, I've never seen this before in my life. This one might actually have some value, because I don't think this was reprinted, but it's it's
He blew his head off.
yeah, I guess so. Oh boy, yeah, it gets a little dirty towards the end. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I probably shouldn't show that. Yeah, it's a good book though. Tales Mutated for the Mod. So it's a takeoff of
Elvis is a zombie. Wow.
yeah, but I think at this point, so it's got the J.R. Bob Dobbs Church of the Subgenius stuff.
Yeah.
This is 80s. This is
Right.
not from the psychedelic 60s. This is more, Zippy the Pinhead and things that were going on in the 80s, like the, Dr. Philo Drummond from the Church of the Subgenius. This was kind of the cutting edge of what was happening underground in the 80s. EC knockoff by Terry Beatty. Wait, that's a big name, Terry Beatty. Eric Breen would immediately know who that is. Maybe you do.
No.
No, I think that's a big name. What did he do? Let's see what people know. Okay, Terry Beatty is some important guy, like in
Terry Beatty
Batman or
used to
something.
He used to do the covers for what was that cheap monster magazine in the 90s and early 2000s.
Oh,
He did those painted covers. What's it called? Not Mad Monsters. What was it? Scary Monsters.
yeah. Oh, that was Terry. That's where I know the name.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like a beach party kind of thing.
I just went to go look for this zine. It's like one of my favorites all time in my collection because I wanted to show you, and I couldn't find it. And it's probably good that I couldn't find it. But
Why is that?
So there's one thing that's cool here, and it hasn't been going on for the past couple of years because this thing that's happening, right? But prior to that, for years in Golden Gate Park, every year they have a thing called the San Francisco Zine Fest, and that's where every artist and crazy person that lives in the city produces their stuff and makes copies of it and goes to Golden Gate Park and sells it for like $1 or $2 or gives it away for free. And some of it is like done by schizophrenics. I'm not kidding you. But
yeah,
I mean, it's like really bizarre stuff.
Outsider art, they call it.
Yeah, totally outsider art. Some of it is really good, but very little of it is very good. But I bought this authentic homemade Tijuana Bible from this like 20-year-old girl. And she had a bunch of these like little Tijuana Bible type things that she had made that was laid out on the dirt in front of her. And she's just sitting in the dirt right there, right? And I was like, so wow, you got so many of them, but none of them, they didn't look pornographic, right? They just looked like little booklets that she had made out of like copying paper and a stapler. And so like, which is the best one? Which one should I get? And she's like, get this one right here, horses. And I'm like, all right, $2. All right, I'll take it. So I just put it in my bag, and then I get home and I open it up, and it's just horses having sex with horses, really well drawn. And they're like having sex in a locker room. They're like at school having sex. They're like it's anthropomorphic horses that are like having sex with other horses, like for like 30 pages, and close-ups and not intentionally humorous, just deeply pornographic. And what made it so interesting was that this was this nondescript looking 20-year-old girl sitting in the dirt at Golden Gate Park.
But so was it one of a kind, hand drawn, or was it?
No, they were. She made copies. She made her own comic books or her own Tijuana Bibles with a copier, with a photocopier and a stapler.
Yeah, there are girls
about this big. I'll find it, and it's like It's a 3-color process. It's really well done. If I remember right, it's like a 3-color printing process, and it's really well drawn. There's like close-ups. It's just really creepy and gross. And
there's a market for that. I think they call them furries or something like that.
Yeah, and this was like even like before people were doing that when I bought this from this girl, because this was like in 2010 or something. God, it's like 10 years ago.
Well, here's a obscene comic. I actually own this. Bicentennial Grossouts. Which is obviously from 1976. It's got Uncle Scam.
That's cool as hell. That John Pound?
Yeah, it's got to be. No,
like
it's William Stout.
Oh, William Stout. That's right. Yeah. That's the guy.
So, it's well, that I can't show. Trying not to offend.
You want Bibles, like real ones, when you were a kid?
Have I what now?
Did you ever see any Tijuana Bibles in person when you were a kid?
No, because
so I did. I have a story about it. So I had a friend. So at one point, they were always freaking moving when I was a kid. So we moved to Pacific Grove between 7th and 8th grade. And I made this new friend, and he was this kid, and he was from the Congo. He was Congolese, which to me was like really fascinating, right? And so he was like my first friend that I made in this little beach town. And his next door neighbor was this creepy old man. This creepy old man gave Miguel like 5 or 6 of these old Tijuana Bibles that were probably from the 40s or 50s or something. Yeah. And one of them was Popeye and olive oil. One of them was called the Fuller Brush Man. And that was the one that I remember the most. And it was about this door-to-door salesman banging chicks, right? Drawn kind of like Blondie style.
Right.
So we had these for a long time. Like Miguel kept them, and then he gave them to me. And they were so like such a big deal that I mailed one of them in the mail in a letter to my old friends at my old school so that they could see it, so I could turn them onto it and show them how crazy this stuff was. And then they mailed it back because we needed to return it to that weird, creepy old man because he wanted them back, right?
Oh.
So, just the hoops that you would have gone through. I had to like actually write a letter and put a stamp on it and put like pornography in the mail. But they were really trippy, man. And it was a trippy thing. They were weird.
There's the first page of Popeye and Stepping Out.
Yeah, there you go.
It's being presented by Felta Puss.
Yep.
This is a paperback that I got.
That's the stuff. That's what they look like.
Yeah.
And they're like the same. The ones that we had were the same size, or maybe a little bit bigger than Chick Tracks.
Yeah. That's basically what Chick Tracks were patterned after, that size.
Kind of had.
I never am quite sure how they were distributed back then or sold, through what stores, or were they sold like drugs, like on street corners? I've never been quite sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like tobacco shops. Remember, like it would be like a cigar shop or a pipe shop. There would be like an area where it's like kind of behind the counter, and there might be some creepy stuff back there. French ticklers.
Probably. I just know that would be very illegal then.
Yeah, but they, it would have been very. You're right, because it was graphic pornography.
Yeah, this is something I have both these issues. I would buy this regularly there was a head shop near my high school called Pipe Dream Head Shop. I don't know how they did this in the 70s. They had a giant marijuana leaf, and they would sell these magazines. But this was not part of the underground movement. This was done by R. Crumb in the 80s, and his goal was to try to publish the current artists that were up and coming. And
each one is a guest editor, and some of those they're really good. Look at that Brooke Shields ad; it's outstanding.
Yeah. Let me see what people are saying here. Man, Bear, Pig. I picked up. Did you hear what Eddie Gein done today? Some pretty disturbing art. Just flipped through. Haven't read it yet. I've never heard of that.
I haven't either.
Basil says, my uncle always had him. My uncle always had him around when I was a kid. I think it was about 10 or 11 the first time I seen him. LOL.
Yeah, you know about him too. Yep.
No, those were not around in my house. See, it's got the Subgenius ad there. That's a real ad from the 50s. A lot of Subgenius stuff. That was really funny. I remember the first time they came on the radio here locally, because they started here locally. It was Ivan Sting and Philo Drummond, and I recorded it on my childhood Panasonic cassette recorder, and I still have it somewhere. And it was really interesting. They were talking about the Church of Bob, and they later did a local, it was probably syndicated on the local free-form radio station on Sunday nights called the Hour of Slack, and it wasn't as funny. It's one of those things. Their publications are funny. This is R. Crumb trying to do those old photo spreads from the girly magazines from the 40s and 50s, but with
exactly
today.
It looks just like it. Yep.
Yeah.
But they're all like Bigfoot women.
Yeah. This looks like he's. Oh no! Wait, that's Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is. It's not even worth looking at. And then he print old stuff from a couple hundred years ago. Just because he thought it was cool. It's just a hodgepodge of all kinds of stuff. It never pushed the limit like his stuff from the 60s did. I don't think it ever did get X-rated. Here's issue number 2. Then he has a real ad on the back. It's kind of what I used to do with my homemade magazine. I'd use old real ads and stuff. Yeah. I can't show much of this. There's no nudity. It's just, it's a little tasteless. But then what else did he do? Uh, man. Just try to find something I can show. Just his experiments with different art styles.
That looks really cool.
So that's Weirdo 1 and 2. But then there's like all these Zap comics here. And of course, Zap is the most famous of the underground comics. And as far as telling if something's a first printing, there's ways to do that. I'm no expert. I've got a price guide somewhere that, even though they only had one underground comic price guide, like they never put out another edition. It did explain how to tell, but I think the price is a good indicator. But I think that the real ones in the 60s would have been less than 60 cents. So I'm thinking this is a little bit later. Plus, I think the ones from the 60s would be more brownish, and because they were owned by hippies and probably not taken care of quite as. This is a famous story where these meatballs fall from the sky, and when the meatballs hit you, you're enlightened. It's some metaphor for probably for LSD. Meatball, and it's very. They reprinted this in that comics. History of Comics by Les Daniels, that story. So that's one of the probably the first R. Crumb art I was exposed to. That was Zap number 0, and this is Zap number 1. And I think that may be the first time anyone ever did an issue 0. Now it's very common for these comic companies to do that. But I think he came up with the idea because it was just crazy to have an issue 0.
Yep.
And now it's just normal. But yeah, this is. And you have these tiny cartoons that were insanely small. But yeah, this is. So that's issue 1.
Those are great, man.
Issue 2.
That's such a famous one right there, that cover.
Yeah. And I love his 50s style or 40s style.
Yeah, I do too. Was it Peter Wheat that he was like influenced by? I think Petey Wheat or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, but
Rabbit. Walt Kelly, I think, is a lot of his influences come from.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, there's a lot of people, but yeah, I mean, it's just. Here's S. Clay Wilson we were just talking about.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. I just, it's like the people that are so politically correct now, how is it this was just okay then?
Well, not only that, they were in the midst of it and they partook in this. When I was a kid, so here in California, I mean, it was different everywhere because of laws, but every record store in California in the 70s and 80s had a section where you could buy bongs, pipes, and underground comic books, and like rolling papers, screens for your pipes. They had, I mean, from the time I was a little kid, I remember seeing that. And so these people that were into all this stuff turned into brown shirts because of exactly what they were warning of in Network and the stuff that Kennedy was talking about the MK Ultra shit.
Yeah.
It all worked, and they didn't even pay attention to it happening.
Yeah.
They got programmed with TV programs.
See, the prices are all over the map. See, this is issue 4. It's $2. So that would tell me this is a later printing. Because
they just kept printing them.
Yeah, and issue 6 is 75 cents. So it's an earlier printing. So, yeah, as far as, what printing is it? I'm not intending to sell these. So
that's just how I am.
I love Wonder Warthog. I always loved Wonder Warthog. Of course, he started.
The first underground I ever saw was Wonder Warthog, and I loved it. My sister went to college in Sacramento State, and she would come home on the weekends, she would bring this college newspaper, and in the back of the college newspaper there was always like a half-page Wonder Warthog story, and that was my thing, man. I was just wanted every week for her to bring me that college newspaper home so I could read it.
This is probably the most disturbing story that Crumb ever did because it's a suburban 50s family and then it gets extremely dirty. But let's see, this one's rated Z. What does that say there?
Yep.
By the American, what does that say? Come on. Just saw my magnifying glass. So when you had you had a cavity, is that what I understand?
Yeah, 2.
That's what I've got. Do they have to like shoot your like a needle in to kill?
It's the worst. My least favorite part, man.
Do they do?
I had one in the front and one in the back, so I had to get a shot in the front and in the back, and then they're like multiple. They pull it out and move it and inject more, and pull it out and move it and inject more, and the worst part is the needle.
But did they do 2 in one day?
Yeah, they did it. They did it all there. It took about an hour and a half.
The receptionist was saying that sometimes they'll do one and then you go back for the other one.
It just depends on the doctor and their schedule, I'm sure. Yeah.
You know that when they did this deep cleaning last summer, they injected me, and then like the next day or 2 days later, I started seeing these floaters, and I thought it was because they injected, because it was on the same side where they injected, and I thought, but the eye doctor said it had nothing to do with that, but it makes me paranoid that they'll fuck up my vision with these shots.
I have that issue.
Do you have floaters?
No, I said I have that issue. That issue of Zap. I don't have floaters.
Oh,
that issue is Zap Comics. I have that issue. The one in your hand. The one in your hand.
I understand.
Yeah, and I actually got that. I had that from when I used to work at the comic shop. So that was like in like 1984 or 83.
Yeah.
And it was a reprint then.
I've never seen this before. Don't know.
Me neither. I've never seen that.
It's called DTS Geyser.
What happened to Graphic Man? He had to go?
Oh, he's still here. Let me but he's just a little icon. You know, like Eric Brain when he turned into Fred Flintstone.
Oh, okay. All right. I can't see him on my end.
No, I know. I'll get everyone back on the screen in a second.
Oh, no worries. I'm enjoying seeing all this stuff.
I'm here, Meyer. I'm listening.
Okay. I didn't know you were still here.
Okay, here's an envelope that has something in it. I think these are like super rare things. It's it's when is it dated? Man, I gotta find that magnifying glass. Damn it. Oh, here it is. It was under a comic book bag that it was so yellowed that I couldn't see anything below it. Okay. So it's post dated August 8th, 1975. Don't worry, that's his old address, so no, you're not going to be able to find him there because that's where he lived in the 70s. And it's from this store here in San Jose. Comic Collector Shop.
You're kidding me. I know this. This is a guy named Bob Sidebottom, the infamous Bob Sidebottom. I know this guy. I know the guy that probably addressed that piece of paper you're holding in your hand. He's dead now.
Writing, yeah.
He passed away.
Oh,
he was
is the store still in operation?
California comic shop owner, very famous. He owned a shop in San Jose and one in Monterey, California, where I grew up. And so he was the first creepy old comic shop owner that I ever knew. And he's just like the guy from The Simpsons. He was rude and mean and angry. There was a couch behind the counter and a coffee table, and he would sit back there and chill with his buddies, smoking weed and drinking. They were hippies, and the shop was full of like hippie stuff, like tons of underground comics and tons of old pulps and like Airboy comics, stuff that I knew nothing about.
Well, 1975 was very early for a comic book store.
This
But
guy,
it,
Bob Sidebottom, looked like one of those greasers in that video that you showed, where he was like an old comic book nut from like the early 60s before anybody else was into it.
so this is something I've never seen, which
I
is
never seen this before.
it's a weekly newspaper from, what does that date say?
I can't see it.
Yeah. Let me get the magnifying glass back out. Whoop.
That guy that owned that comic shop was so infamous that my friends and I like made comics about him, making fun of him, like doodling at school. Like, and we would like argue on the bus about like, you know, because he would like yell at us for like he was angry at you for going through the quarter bins. You know what I mean? Just because you're going through the bins. He's angry for you being in the shop. He didn't like you, he didn't like kids. He's a comic shop owner that hated kids.
So it opens up like this. And
I don't want to speak ill of the dead because he was actually a really great guy and left a great legacy.
Yeah. Is that
But
building
when I was a
still
kid,
there?
we made fun of him. What's that?
Is the building still there?
Yeah, but it's something else completely. It's still there because it's all old historic buildings built in like the 20s and 30s. His shop was on main thoroughfares, 2 main thoroughfares on Alvarado Street.
There's 2 copies of that issue, which is volume 1, issue 1. Then there's 1 copy of volume 1, issue 2.
That's cool. So he ordered these from San Jose.
Yeah, to where he was living in Oklahoma. So
he was into some trippy stuff. This is some deep underground stuff right here.
Yeah. So basically it's kind of like the Sunday funnies for hippies, I guess. I don't know if I should, if opening all of these might not be good for
right for your channel, like if somebody froze it and did a close up. But it's art.
Well, I didn't think of that.
Oh,
I wasn't even looking at what the images. I meant my back.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what I'm thinking of. Because
so that's really cool. These are neat.
This is issue
3. Crumbs in there.
So this must be I'm thinking it might be a complete set. I've heard of Yellow Dog.
I've never heard of it before. That cover, man.
Number 4. They're certainly in good shape. It looks like they've stayed in this envelope.
These look really cool.
So I'm going to put them back in their original envelope.
Wow, that's great.
It's kept them nice all these years. Issue 7. Oh, here it's starting to get thicker, though. It's starting to almost feel like a Rolling Stone at this point. So it's because...
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Oh, it says double issue. That's why. So now it's 50 cents. But it's also sort of the format of Castle of Frankenstein, not Monster Times. Monster Times was copying Rolling Stone's format.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was like the Rolling Stone did that, or did that early on.
Yeah. So.
And I guess maybe Screw was like that too. I'm not sure.
I don't. I'm not sure if Screw might have been like an Inquirer size thing that I don't know if it unfolded a second time or not, because I've never really seen many. I don't think I've actually ever seen many in the flesh of that. That's the one that Milton Knight worked for quite a bit, but it's like that. These might be some of the best examples of this surviving. But I guess my friend must have gotten all these, like scans of all these, and he's just downsizing. But so meanwhile, I'm gathering more just in time for the apocalypse. just in time for someone coming in scavenging for food. And yeah, so you guys have heard nothing about this potential trucking strike?
No, I haven't heard anything about it.
I'm glad you told me about it, though.
Yeah, I would definitely stock up tomorrow after church or something, hit the supermarket, because it is.
Both of my sons work for large grocery stores, like major grocery stores. They both work in the meat department at 2 different grocery stores, and they've been understaffed for over a year. Like, both of these guys work full weeks with overtime at regular supermarkets in the meat department, and every morning they run out of meat. Like, I mean, he gets there at like 5 a.m. and they do all the processing, and everything is out by like 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, and then everything will be gone by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And that's like pretty much every day. And that's been like for about over a year here in California.
Wow. This is the very last of what I got today. The funny papers.
I remember seeing that.
This issue, Professor Erwin Corey, R. Crum, and Paul Krasner.
Oh, nice.
So this really feels like an actual Sunday Funnies. Of course.
Now, is this the newspapers you were talking about? You said books and magazines and newspapers.
Yeah, this would be what I'm talking about. This is actually. I need to be careful with these. Yeah, this is from March 1970. I think that's his March 75. So this is this would be during the time of the National Lampoon and things like that. So this is not vintage 60s underground stuff, but it's still all the same people, and they got actual ads on the back, like for Fiat, and this one has an ad on the back for Girard turntables. Myra, I'm not sure if you meant to kick yourself out or not.
Uh-oh.
You're trying to say something. Let me try to put you back on.
Oh, I left and came back because I lost both of you guys. I was just seeing.
Oh, okay. Well, I let you back in. That may be it as far as what I got today. The stuff I got recently, I showed on Wednesday night on Graphic Man stream. And that's, I don't know where that is now, but I'll show that on my stream in case there's someone that wants to see it both times. But it won't look any different this time than it did the first time. But so what else has been up?
Meyer, he showed an ad for Fiat just as you were crashing. What is your opinion of Fiat? Because I've heard that the old joke of what Fiat stands for, fix it again, Tony. Okay. What do you think of it?
I've never driven or owned a Fiat, but I have heard that old saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's a European vehicle, and sometimes they just require constant maintenance. And it's not like, you know what I mean? You have to, if you buy an old sports car, an old European car, you got to expect that it's going to always leak oil and that you're always going to need to tune it up and check the electric. And it's not like having a Toyota, I'm sure. I'm just guessing. I have a German car and it's a pain in the ass. You have to be on top of it all the time. And it's like having a woman. I equate my car to my 2 ex-wives and my ex-girlfriends. So I've replaced like the females in my life with a BMW that requires the same constant influx of money. You have to keep putting money into it to keep it quiet, to shut it up. And if you don't pay attention to it, it's going to bite your ass in a year. Then it's going to cost you like $400 to fix the little filter inside of the windshield wiper, because BMWs require BMW branded windshield wiper fluid. I'm not kidding. I'm not making that up. If you put a non-branded fluid into your BMW, it will degrade. I think they make it that way so that it will break down and damage the car to make you have to pay more. I don't know, but it's a true story. I call it the BMW. My car is named the BMW.
Wow.
This has been Life Lessons with Meyer Greenblatt.
Yeah, I don't even like to play the music high sometimes because I'm afraid I'm going to miss a tick or a squeak.
Yeah.
I want to hear everything on this car. You know what I mean? Because it's
Sure.
Well, you said you were unpacking. Is that in your new house, or are you unpacking in your old house?
I'm unpacking in my old house
Because
Yeah,
it's taking a lot longer than you thought, or what?
He's sticking
No, I'm
around.
not moving. So
You're not moving.
I completely did a 180 and changed. So what happened was the place that I wanted ended up falling through, and then there was nothing else that was available that was a sound financial decision. It was not a smart move. So made way more sense to stay here where I'm at and just visit my kids once a month. And then on top of it, part of my reason that I wanted to move was to be closer to my kids. And do I really need to be closer to my kids? They're both grown. They both have their own kids. And I remember what that was like. They're busy. I don't need to make their problems my problems. I can drive up there once a month or once every couple of months. And that makes more sense to me. It's only 2 hours away.
Yeah.
But it was a bad choice to move, dude. I have a place by the beach. And even though I was willing to make the move, financially, it was completely stupid. Like, it completely went upside down once the place that I wanted was out of the picture, because everything else didn't fit. And so I was like, oh no, there's no way. Everything available that was within my range didn't look good. It wasn't like a good move. Couldn't imagine keeping something I had such a passionate hatred for.
Well, the other thing you gave me is these bags for paperbacks, but they're so old that the package is interesting. You know, romantic paperbacks and crime. And what is that depicting there? Sports, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Regular.
I can't think of any sports paperbacks, but I'm sure they must have been.
I guess so. Yeah, that is odd. Those are weird genres, or ones about guys playing the trumpet or whatever, trombone. So how do you find out about this? Go ahead.
You were going to tell us all about Guandanaland, and if it's going to be on Facebook or YouTube or.
Yeah, let's take a look. Well, I don't see that Facebook gives you you can go live on Facebook, but I don't think if Facebook gives you the ability to do what StreamYard does with talking to different people and stuff, right?
Well, what makes sense to us he may not have thought of yet. So if he's still kind of a rookie.
Well, yeah, I'm open up another window I haven't shown you yet, but I will in a second. Let me see if I can't find him. He has so many different groups. Okay, let me go ahead and share the screen.
While you're doing that, Meyer, are you going to be showing Rusty and Renton this Wednesday?
If you want to see that, I thought that you were just looking at Western stuff last week. I have that stuff. Yeah, I have Rusty and Rin Tin Tin. I have way more of those than I do of just the Rin Tin Tin, like we talked about. Yeah, I bought like a really big run of those a few years ago.
Okay, so Lance Jones is at the county fair right now.
But I can show. That's what you want to see. I can show those.
You betcha.
Okay, so tomorrow he's going to be doing these. Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have that issue of Joe Palooka right there that you see that red cover.
So it's a grab bag of various assorted comics. The Green Planet, Joe Palooka, Top Secret. So apparently it doesn't have a theme.
That looks cool. I've seen those
That'd be
before, the grab bags where it's random.
Then he's
That'd
doing
be right up my alley. That'd be great.
he's doing a Lone Ranger,
That might
which
interest you guys too. Hold on.
he can't call it Lone Ranger, so he calls it Masked Man. It says they're down for repair. Turns out issue 65 is supposed to be 52 pages, not 36. So we're inserting those 18 pages soon. So he's fixing that.
I wonder what his spine looks like with only 52 pages. It must be how he gets all that print to show up on the spine.
No. What he's saying is that I think issue 65 is one of the comics that's in this, and he didn't have the whole. Apparently, he only had 36 pages, not the whole 52 pages.
Wow,
So
okay.
I'm sure it's the spine is pretty thick, so it's a bunch of Lone Ranger comics. He just wanted to add some pages back into it.
That looks great.
So, here we go. No, that's not what I was thinking, but let's see. It says beginning September 1st, we're going to start funneling all direct orders through the website. This is necessary because through the website, we have better record of the order and easier time processing it, and as a result, a better track record of on-time orders. Okay.
I always just order through Amazon. I wonder if I should start ordering from him directly.
Well, I don't think you save much time because I think he still gets them printed from Amazon and like maybe sent to him and then he sends them to you, but he probably makes more money. I don't know. But I think maybe you might have a better. I don't.
If I recall what he said, he does better if you go directly to him. It may take a couple of days longer for you to get it. Amazon might be quicker. However, if there's a problem, he says it's better to deal with him than Amazon. So it kind of might make it worth the wait of waiting a day or two extra to deal directly with him.
Yeah, I was thinking that he would ship them to you with less risk that they were going to be damaged, but then Amazon still has to get them to him, so the damage could happen on the way to him. But then if it did, he wouldn't probably send you the damaged book. So I think it would minimize your worry that they're going to show up all damaged.
Yeah.
But so apparently he can fit the entire 5 years of Guadalajara onto this 512 gigabyte thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get out of town.
You can get a subscription if you don't want to. He's saying he sells lifetime subscriptions where you can get everything and everything he ever is going to do, but it's all digital sent to you. It's not if you don't want to own physical stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But I don't remember what it cost. It's well over $100. I've seen that somewhere. Oh, here's that book that what is his name? Comic Key Collector or Classic Comic Collector? The guy with the Wonder Woman curtain behind him.
Okay, yeah.
And the beard. You know what I'm talking about on YouTube?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He like continued this comic. Like he started where it left off and made his own boy comics.
With Crime Buster? With the same character?
Yeah, he just did his own homemade comics. He's really into romance comics. Are you imagining the same guy that I'm talking about?
Yeah, I subscribe to his channel. He's doing like Cthulhu versus like Sam Spade or something weird.
Yeah,
right?
something like that. And another thing he used to do, I don't know if he's done it lately, is he used to do like a Secret Origins show where he would interview other YouTube people and have them talk about how they became comic collectors. And I know he had interviewed Metarog and a few other people. If you go back in his stream, you'll find that.
I didn't know that. I have a pretty big collection of boy comics. That's one of those Lev Gleason titles that I used to collect.
Yeah.
I've got probably 20, 30 issues of that.
He's trying to publish the continuing adventures of Uncle Sam, the character.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Uncle Sam. I'm interested in this Jumbo Comics.
Me
I wanna
too.
I want to
Because
get this omnibus thing here.
while I was eating barbecue this afternoon, I saw Night Tiger and Jumbo. They were like, one would show a Sheena comic, then the
I
other one would show
know.
one. It was like they were
Oh,
playing
you know what?
cards.
I just bought my first Jungle Comics because of those two guys. Because I watched their videos.
Yeah.
This just came this week. I got.
Hold on. Let me see. I can't see.
I lost you guys. I got this
Oh, cool.
because
Yeah,
of those. Because of watching Night Tiger and Jambo, they made me interested enough to go start looking at this stuff that I always thought was out of my reach, and
Right.
actually find a couple issues that were not out of my reach.
Yeah. But to me, even the Guandanaland's out of my reach right now.
Yeah, where you're at right
I did a
now.
Hot
Yeah.
Stuff one a few days ago. I'd like to get that. Okay. At some point, he's going to talk about that radio show. Let's see.
So, can you go back up like 2 sections?
Oh, yeah.
The Huckleberry Hound. Oh, that's available. Cool.
Well, it's Hound Dog Huck.
Oh,
He has
okay.
to call it that.
I have that book. I just wanted to know if it was okay. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Well,
pretty sure he reprinted that Augie Doggy book that you're looking for. I saw that.
Oh, well.
It's in a big, thick omnibus where it's all Huckleberry Hound. It's the 700-page Huckleberry Hound thing, I think. It has it in there. Pretty sure. I saw it the other day.
he did the little Archie stuff. How do I get around these pictures? Let's see. So that's that.
I have both those,
Great.
the actual books. That's
Oh, do
cool.
you? Yeah, I love this stuff. And I love Little Archie, too.
Graphic Man, did you order all that stuff from Eric Breen that he showed a few weeks ago?
No, but I think before you came on, I showed a Archie the Superhero. It was a trade paperback by IDW.
Yeah. Powerhouse, Pure Heart Powerhouse.
Pure Heart, yeah.
Heart
But
the
it didn't have it didn't have, like you said, there's little Archie superheroes. It didn't have any of that in it. And it says volume 1, so I'm hoping there's going to be a volume 2. But it seemed like this thing was 5 years old or something.
But there was some really cool ones.
It was expensive.
Yeah.
There were some ones that Eric Breen showed that he got from his shop, and you said you were going to get them. Are you going to still get those?
One, because he was showing a combination of his own private stock and then some books that he had from the store.
Oh.
And so we agreed on one from his store. So.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't sure what was what. I was going to say I'm got kind of on an Archie kick. Yeah. Where are we at now? August 19th. Talking about going to Duluth. Here it is. On August 30th, as many of you know, we're doing the first Guandanaland Comics podcast / stream. We're still working on the technical processes, but it's time to talk about what you would like to see discussed. What subjects interest you in the Guandanaland world, but for which a post and a comment thread is really not enough time and space. I can answer, have you done this, and where the hell is that? Easily enough in a Facebook post or message, but what needs a great depth and detail?
So he's going to do this on Facebook Live? Is that it?
I don't know.
Unless
he's not saying we're still working out how we're going to do it.
He should have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Maybe if you can
have one, I don't know. Let's take what am I doing?
If you can ask him directly, because I know you were chatting.
Why
with
don't
him.
I just go back and do that? I hope it kept my place. Watch it go to the top of the page. Oh shoot! Look at that's what your shelf looks like if you have a whole bunch of them.
The picture, I was just saying, that looks amazing. I'm envious. I've got about a foot of that. I've got about 8 or 10 of them already.
Really? Yeah. He
Yeah.
don't think he has any himself, is what he said in the interview.
Yeah, that was fascinating, wasn't it? He's not interested in that. He's interested in selling them. Anything. Even the last one that he had in his hand. If he had one, he would sell it.
Okay, so this was the only interview I found with him before I interviewed him, and this doesn't show anything. It's just this image. It's just a podcast, and
I don't
then
have that coin machine yet. It looks good.
there's
gonna get
people, people
Yeah, these
showing
people
their
doing
books
videos.
from him.
Yep. I need to do this.
Yeah.
David,
I don't know what I
you
just
we
clicked
come out
on.
here for the winter to be with you, and it's like you're not even here with us.
Shut up. That's something I want to order is the
Yeah.
horror monsters from Charlton, because they're apparently in such bad the originals are printed on such cheap paper they fall apart in your hands. So I
If
think
you can find them, and they're going to be
yeah, and
20
I've
bucks
never seen them.
every
You're
year.
right.
Yep.
So anyway, there's not I don't think he has his own channel. I don't know what to tell you, but I would imagine that as it gets closer to Monday night, he will tell us where to go, I would think, and then I would come on here and then tell all you guys where to go.
Yeah, I don't have a Facebook account anymore. I completely canceled.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. That's going to be kind of a problem, because I think that I might be the only one that has a Facebook account from all the people that were us and the other people that come on Wednesday. It seems like Eric Breen didn't have one, and yeah, everybody's gotten rid of it because it's such a communist platform,
Yep.
or never had one to begin with. Of course. Graphic Man, did you give Dr. Silver Age my address?
I sure did.
Oh, cool.
I need to get that at the end of the stream, because I've got a couple of things I want to send you.
Oh, sure, man. I feel like it's Christmas, man. All these books. Did you see it from the beginning of tonight's stream this afternoon, or whatever it is tonight now?
Yeah.
I was calling it tonight earlier to be funny, but it really is evening now. Oh, wait, my wife is asking something. But are you guys on other platforms? Well, we're all on YouTube. What other platforms are you talking about?
Like Instagram or TikTok?
There's Instagram. You're not on that?
No.
I have an Instagram. I never look at it.
Yeah, I don't have one. This is it for me. Only YouTube.
So what is Charlton 66 Graphic Man? Has he done any YouTube videos lately?
Nope.
He's just sticking to Instagram, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Him and his wife have had some illnesses, and so he's very low key.
Okay, Gratu, there's a package on the way with your van. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Silver Age. Wow, that's cool. That's so cool. That
It'll be on the road on the 31st, and then all the truckers will.
You're right. That is
It's going to happen. I've got 2 packages for you for Graphic Man. The 2 little things to send you, and they're going to get. I'm going to send them on Monday.
Excellent. Yeah,
Well,
just in time.
Pull it up.
Well, the truckers that are supposed to go on strike are not the government, like the postal workers. But if the truckers turn their trucks sideways and block the highways, let me see if I can get any confirmation about this.
Well, by now, a lot of word has gone out, and the trucking industry, their foremans and owners, may have started releasing memos saying, "Please do not participate in this." I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps.
I don't think that's going to stop them. Let's see. Trucker strike 2020 21. Let's see.
Newsweek. That's a pretty reliable source. Vow to shut down all major highways in massive anti-C lockdown protest. A group of truck drivers furious about public health restrictions amid the blank pandemic has vowed to protest by shutting down all major highways.
In Australia.
Okay, so I think Australia and here, well, it's Australia, but here too in solidarity with Australia is, I don't know what we're allowed to talk about on YouTube, but Australia is completely locked down. It's,
Yeah.
I mean, if you go out on your back porch to watch the sunset, a drone will pop out of a helicopter and tell you to go back in. It's completely
it's compromised. Australia is completely compromised.
What's
it's
that
like
again?
It's like the China. It might as well just be China. It's controlled by China.
Yeah, because they're close to China. You don't really realize how close they are. And what happened is they had somebody went crazy there, and then they collected everybody's
guns,
metal protectors. I'm trying to think of other words because they're always because I feel like I'm in 1984. So they rounded up all of their and now they've descended on them, and they'll beat you horribly. They tell you, do not go in your backyard and look at the sun. It may be a beautiful sunset, but you're being irresponsible. And they've always been the toughest people. You know, you always imagine that people from Australia are like Crocodile Dundee. They're these tough guys, you know, that like in Road Warrior. But look how they brought them down. I mean, because they were like the prison colony for England. That's where they sent all their prisoners. Now it's right back the way it was several hundred years ago. Maybe they just genetically got that program. Sorry, what?
It's like Fahrenheit 451 over there. Like the cops look like the guys. You know what I mean? In those videos, the cops are like total drones, man.
Yeah. Well, I just wonder, I don't know what is allowed to be said, but I just wonder about the morale in our military right now. The way, I mean,
It's been a rough week, man. I'm still low. It's rough. Like if I see or hear the right thing, I'll tear up. Like if I see a picture of that dad and his son, and it'll make, I'll have to like redirect because it'll piss me off and make me sad at the same time.
Yeah. And then what they do is the occupant of the White House will talk to the press, and then he'll say, I know how you feel because my son was over there and he died. And then some reporter will ask him a tough question, and then it will have in his notes, put head down if tough questions asked. He'll do this.
Fucking embarrassing. Man.
And he'll put his head down on the microphone. And they think what they're doing is they're making it seem like he's praying and he's caring so much. What they don't realize is that is the image that's going to be in history books. Well, depending on who writes them, that's the image of weakness that's going across the world. That's
I thought the same thing.
Guy that's like, you know, and it's like,
yeah.
So yeah, so he's using, you know, then he's blaming, well, it's that bad orange man. It was his idea. And then it's like it's his. It's like it wasn't his idea to pull the soldiers out first.
No,
what the fucking hell is retarded? Well, I'm sorry. It's mentally handicapped. It's on the spectrum. Oh, we got Basil coming. I'm laughing because
Basil's going to talk about the truckers, I bet.
Hey, Basil, what's up? We probably don't need to get much more political than I just was.
We really have, yeah.
So I've heard Basil go off on very political rants that would make YouTube pee their pants. So how are you doing?
Hey, what's happening, brothers?
What's up, buddy?
Just a lot better than I was last Saturday when I was in agony, man. I was
I was
like
gonna
doing.
say I miss your streams. You know, usually you're ranting and raving 3 or 4 days a week, and
Yeah,
you haven't been on.
earlier this week there was no way I could do it. I couldn't even sit in a dentist. I couldn't even lay there in a dentist chair. I was in so much pain. Oh no! Let's take a damn look at this.
Oh,
It's that same thing. You saw it Wednesday.
I know, but I don't think I ever saw it like, oh, well, I'm going to look at it again. That's so great.
that's freaking awesome. Yep.
So that's your great uncle.
It'd be three. I think it'd be 3 greats because it was my great grandfather's wife's uncle. Yeah, so it'd be 3 greats. It'd be 3 greats. Yeah. Yeah,
It's because of that. It's because of that the Basil Orloff name he's using is the one I gave him for the army, and I just gave him the Basil name because of the Rathbone thing. But that's not his actual real name, Basil. It's not
Oh,
like
no. No. I'm a Wap Guinea. I've got a full Wap Guinea name. I go by a real Okie a nickname, you know, as far as when I played in the band. And since I was a kid, my mom never wanted to call me by my real full name, which is Alfredo.
We were playing. Good.
Yeah, you know, Alfredo is my real name, and my parents always, my mom always just called me Bo. So Bo stuck with me through all my life, and it's funny because in my life there's 2 kinds of people. There's my friends that I've known forever that call me Bo, and then I have my serious business life, and those people know me as Al. They don't call me Al. You know what I mean? For you know, so it's funny. So I also got another nickname from that. I got another nickname that a lot of people will call me. They call me Albo, like elbow, like I'm gonna elbow you in the head.
No.
It's funny. Yeah, I have all kinds of stupid nuances, but you guys were going off on some. You were going off on some toys a little bit earlier, and this is something that I picked a long time ago, and I don't know anything about it. I think it's all here. I've taken it out and looked at it, but I don't know if you guys can see that.
Oh wow!
Like Fortress.
Is it a balsa wood airplane?
Yeah, and it's by this company called Crestcraft, and I've tried to look up forever and ever and ever, and I can't find anything on this company. But it's pretty cool, and I'm pretty sure it's all there. And these are some of their other things. But it was crazy, dude. I picked this up at the same place that I got all the other stuff, and I had forgotten about it. All the other the comic book stuff that I got, and I had forgotten all about it. And I was digging around, and I found it. And it's like, I think I bought this separate. I bought this directly from my boss at the time. I had to have it. So I don't know what I paid for it. I know he had separated it and he had thought something about it. So I probably gave him like $10 for it or something.
Yeah, it's amazing. Even if it's not inside the packaging, it's
yeah, it's 1942 dated too. Yeah, it's 1940. No, it's all there. I opened it up. I'm pretty sure it's all there. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it may be missing like a couple of little things, but
I would not sell that. But
Yeah.
no, I like that thing, man. As soon as I seen it, I was just like, wow, that's exactly what a little kid would have bought to
Yeah.
play with in the 1940s. You know,
Right.
yeah. That
Right.
I mean, I know I would have been pulling on my head. I mean, 10 cents was some bucks, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that was like a comic book, right? A comic
Yeah.
book in 1942 was 10 cents. So
And
this
the
is like the equivalent of a comic book.
In the 60s and 70s, you'd go in 7-Eleven and you get things like this, these little
Mhm.
balsa wood airplanes. This is a little
I love
monster one,
those.
but
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
is
those
what
are
I
freaking
remember.
awesome.
And they would have the rubber band and the propeller, and to me that was amazing. But it's just like, yeah, that's cool. So I was reading. So you were saying that they were talking about this trucking strike? I just reading in the chat that on
Mhm.
American Journal's part of the InfoWars network, isn't it?
Mhm.
See the
Yeah,
guy
it's the
on
morning.
before AJ.
Yeah.
I can't say his name.
Yeah, it's the kid.
Yeah, I think
It's the
I heard
kid.
that. That's what I was listening to. I think that's how I found out about this. But it's apparently
Mhm.
mainstream news too. So we're gonna need to go shopping Sunday night or Monday morning or something just to see what happens. Because I think
Yeah.
they're planning something. Because Kamala Harris is saying you better buy all your Christmas gifts now. It's like, okay, what is she hearing or what is she planning?
Yeah.
Somebody talking about a toy shortage because there's a plastic shortage.
Yeah, and the plastic
Really?
shortage and the comic book sleeve shortage is all related to shutting down an oil pipeline because plastic is made. People say, well, why can't they make cardboard plastic? Those are so cheap. Well, the first thing that clown did was shut down a pipeline, but he lets Russia have theirs. You know, it's like, it's almost like he's intentionally trying to hurt the country.
Yes.
But it can't be that.
No, it couldn't be that.
I was telling Cleo we need to watch The Manchurian Candidate. I've got it in the closet somewhere, and I think she saw the new one. I said, "No, you got to see the real one."
Yeah, the original.
Yeah,
Yeah, Frank Sinatra starred in it, and he had it pulled from circulation for decades after the Kennedy assassination. And then I remember in the 80s, maybe late 80s, they pulled it out and had a theatrical release, and I went over to Dallas and saw it, and I thought, wow. But now it's very very poignant.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Hey, I was gonna ask Meyer, is the epicenter zone still there in the Bay Area? It used to be over, and it was a if I remember right, God, I can't remember the area. It was pretty scummy. There was a lot of hookers there, but it was the punk rock bookstore that used to be there in the city. It was called the Epicenter Zone. It's where Maximum Rock and Roll and all that stuff was. Is that still there? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know where that would be. Like maybe Folsom Street, like down. Like
yeah, they used to sell. Yeah, they used to sell a lot of underground comics there.
Yeah, it was like an industrial neighborhood. I think I know the neighborhood we were talking about where it used to be, but everything's fucked up now. I mean, sorry to use that word, but many businesses like that are just closed because the city is like so locked down. The only people out on the street walking around are the homeless and the mentally ill.
Speaking of mentally ill, someone took the music soundtrack by Dean Elliott from the Return to the Planet of the Apes Saturday morning cartoon from '76, and they made a little soundtrack and put it on YouTube. And it's just pulled from the sound of the cartoon because you can hear sound effects. But
That's
Dean
great.
Elliott is like the guy that did like the Top Cat theme, and we got to get past this commercial. But I find some cool stuff on YouTube.
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on them.
Yeah, right. But anyway. Let's see what the Lawgiver has. He's got 928 subscribers. Oh, it's all Planet of the Apes stuff.
I'm gonna sub to that channel. That
It
channel looks great.
It looks like he's a Planet of the Apes cosplayer.
I'm going there right now. I'm gonna sub to that.
Mary Apemus.
Yeah, I think you could have your phone play that all the time, and it could be the background music of your life. You could just walk around with that
Right.
playing in your pocket at all times.
Well, sometimes people walk into that comic book store, and that's what they do. They have this heroic superhero music playing, and it's all they just put on their phone as they just walk around like there's some hero. Somebody here made a 4-hour soundtrack for Dawn of the Dead with all the different music from different versions. And
There we are.
Wow.
Lawgiver of the Apes.
so this is what I've been.
Kudos
This is
to
my
that
history.
person, man.
So the Monica's main title. So yeah, there's some good stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, there really is.
I always use these WFUN jingles when I'm doing my radio station. So I'll record 6 hours of music, and I'll have jingles in between, and I'll have myself doing little radio announcements. So I'll have. Everybody is kung fu fighting here on the Gratu Orloff Broadcasting Network. And then I'll pause it, and I'll go get a WFUN jingle. There's a topless woman there, but since it's on YouTube, I guess they can't get upset with me. In theory, since it's on their platform. So then I'll just go somewhere randomly, and then I'll put the next jingle on. Okay, then I'll press record.
WFUN, South Miami, Florida. Much more music. Much more
Oh,
music.
I've never used that one. That sounds very strange.
WFUN 790.
And so they've had like 1.7 thousand views. I think a lot of them probably were me going there just to get jingles every few songs. And then there's just cool stuff like this commercial's pretty cool. Oh, please. I don't like this animation style in this What If, but I haven't watched it yet.
Okay.
Alan Hawkshaw was a British guy that did a lot of this library music that you hear in a lot of old shows. Let's see.
That chick was dressed super cool.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing about how, those people that are like anachronists, most of them are into rockabilly, where they like dress and live like it's still 1957. You know what I'm
I've
talking
known
about?
a few of them, yeah.
They used to be more prevalent maybe 20 years ago.
Right.
Usually, you know what I'm talking about, Basil.
Oh, yeah.
It would be cool if there was like jet setter people that were like that were anachronists but lived like 1962.
There's some. I've met a whole little tribe of people that dress
Did
like
the
the
same
mod 60s, but this is a
Yeah,
cool
mod.
ad. Yeah, there's all
It's
kinds
cool.
of things you can put on in between the songs, like here. This is a great Schlitz ad.
I used to dress like that all the time, man.
Anyway, so I was. What got me thinking of this was that yesterday we were putting together. I was putting it together, and then Cleo woke up, and then I was saying, we put some of your music on too, Basil, mixed in between. This is great. You just have
Hopefully one with good rebellious lyrics.
That's great.
that really was well done, because the way the fence is moving, it really does look like he's running. It really is pretty good effects, I think. I didn't really appreciate it back then, I don't think. But anyway, I mean, you can go through my playlist and see all the kind of weird shit I've been. Oh, you guys have to go to this. This is what you need to subscribe to more than anything else today, if you haven't already. Pirate Radio USA. They put up all these great commercials and jingles, bugle calls of the U.S. military, even. But a lot of oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. You know, just really cool stuff, and it's all good sound quality.
The world's mightiest monster meets the world's mightiest menace. King Kong, bigger, stronger, more ferocious than any living creature, faces his greatest challenge in King Kong Escapes.
And nobody knows, not many people know about this channel, because look at this, a few views they have of things. And all these jingles from radio stations. So this is meant for you to have your own radio station, and you can use all this stuff.
Lots of sunshine in the skies, so the weatherman prophesies. Watch all your worries fade away on a beautiful, glorious, sunshiny day.
See, when you use stuff like that, and then you go into your music, it's hilarious. And then they even have Power Records on here. You know, whole Power Records. Whoever does this channel is like. It's almost as cool as Fred Flicks, you know. But anyway, I just thought I'd give you a little tip on something neat that will give you lots of fun. It goes on and on. The Mickey Mouse Theater of the Air. I didn't even see so there was a Mickey Mouse radio show. I didn't know that.
Oh, but of course. Absolutely.
The Benson and Company presents Mickey Mouse. Hi, folks. With Minnie, Donald Duck, and all the Disney.
Anyway, what's
the name of that channel again?
Pirate Radio USA.
All right.
But you could if you just go through my playlist, music, August, whatever year this is, 2021. There'll be some of those commercials in there, and you just click it to get to it.
Okay.
So anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt the whole train of thought. Let's see.
Oh, no, man. That's really cool.
We've got Shannon saying, I'm a huge Apes fan. I was just listening to my Beneath the Planet of the Apes soundtrack LP the other day. Yeah. And all that's available on YouTube. I mean, there's so much great stuff available on YouTube. I just wish they weren't such commies, man. I wish we had freedom of speech, but
no kidding.
But at least for right now, there's still amazing stuff. I just want to record as much of it as I can, because will it be around, you know? Like 10, 12 years ago, everyone thought MySpace was always going to be around.
Hey, Meyer, what do you think about them leaving all that equipment behind over there, man? Doesn't that a real big pisser? I'd like for them to come and dump, $8 billion worth of military gear right in the middle of the United States. See what happens then, buddy.
Basil, there's probably big pallets of cash left over there too. I think this is all done intentionally.
Yeah.
This isn't an. Yeah. I don't buy that it's even an accident. I get my head down on my microphone. Oh, it's so terrible. It's all that orange man's fault. My son died, so you can't. I know your pain. That's bullshit. I mean, I think that, because Obama was all in bed with the tally men.
Brotherhood. Yeah, he was.
It was a big party, dude. They had a big party on our expense. Can you imagine that? Yeah, and then rub our nose in it. $8 billion. Okay, we aren't going to talk about the human life. Okay, we'll just talk about money because that seems to be what really gets people's attention. $8 billion in equipment just left. Okay, we're talking about some of the most high-tech stuff, plus pallets of cash. I've seen pictures of that. I've seen some video of it actually, and not to mention the 20 years of treasure and blood that we spent building that country, and it's like they, and then you want to come, I'm going to take this right back to us right now. Then you want to come and tell me that I can't have, or I'm supposed to have a special license to have something, and all this stuff. But yet our government, well, I should say, part of our government that's been installed can just dump that stuff over there and everybody could have a party. I mean, that's crazy, dude. I mean, they got bigger Black Hawk. They got more Black Hawk helicopters now than 90% of all the other countries in the world, or 98%. They've got, I mean, that's crazy, man. Tanks, Humvees, you name it, man.
They can protect all of those poppy fields. That's what it's all about anyway. So they can
that's the
part
lithium
of it,
for the batteries for your cell phones and for
lithium.
the electric cars that they love so much.
Yep, it's lithium. They made all that money off the dope because that's the original deal. But then they figured out along the way, that they're going to start changing us over to Electroland. And they said, oh, G-Minis, there's more money over here in lithium and ground minerals. And so, they just leave that there. And the old, everybody knows this. If you listen to even Fox, I don't even listen to Fox. Okay, but Fox is talking about it, saying, yeah, what are the bad guys going to do? The first thing they're going to do is get a deal with the Chinese, and the Chinese are going to go over there. Who's to say they weren't going over there to begin with? You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. Well, so it's pretty obvious what's going on.
Man, I just went absolutely berserk. I was like, dude, why don't you come and drop off 150,000 AR-15s, full auto AR-15s or whatever they're using now. They have so many different variants, and drop them off over here to, right-wing conservative land and see what happens. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man.
But I think he really cares, and he's a great guy, Biden. Don't you think? He's probably a really nice guy at heart. He seems like such a sweet old man. I've heard someone say that. But anyway, we probably need to be careful what we say here so I can keep this channel. But I think everyone, unless people are just profoundly stupid, I think everyone is starting to realize, I think, but there's still a lot of profoundly, or just that they're communist and they want this to happen because they want our country to sink.
There it is.
I think there's I think that's what it is. And it's like
really stupid, really
stupid.
stupid.
All through school, we were taught about McCarthy being this horrible guy, and maybe he did go too far, but now you realize, well, he really was right about Hollywood, and a lot of these people really were communists. Then
Ronald Reagan too, like Ronald Reagan sat and like when he and spoke at some hearing. Have you seen that footage where he talked about Hollywood?
Yeah. Yes.
He was dead on right.
And I think if you're not of that persuasion, you get run out of Hollywood really quickly. That
whole generation just died off, and so the media was able to completely direct all of its power. Like once Johnny Carson was gone, they could do whatever they wanted. They owned everything. Once Johnny Carson was gone,
Right.
But, you know,
then they could-
That's right.
what they, you know, if you are, if you are a Christian or something and you're an actor in Hollywood, you've got to keep it real quiet. Like that guy, Chris Pratt, that plays Star-Lord. And what they did to him is they said, well, okay, well, we're going to turn the character you're playing in the comic books, we're going to make him bisexual. See how that, I can't believe they did that. And it was so obvious it was done they could have created some other character and put it in the Guardians of the Galaxy universe that was bisexual. You know, if they wanted to do that, but they're going to change this character that's been around since like 1976 or something because to piss off this guy because they don't like him, you know.
Did you guys watch What If yet?
No, there's 3 of them now. We're so far behind.
I watched the first 2. They were terrible.
They're really terrible.
Totally ridiculous. Like it was like it was made by people that never read a comic book. It was like it was made by people who didn't know anything about the characters.
Well, they're only based on the movies, not the comics.
Right.
So we did get caught up with Stargirl, which has 3 episodes now. Last night we got caught up with that for the 2nd season. And that, I don't want to give anything away, but was the character Johnny Thunder in the Justice Society? Is that where the punk rock musician? I was telling Cleo that's where he got his name, and I was acting like I'm a know-it-all, but I'm not entirely sure. But it seems like
I think that's where he got it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right. I figure must be, but anyway, so that character. I'm not trying to spoil it because I don't think anyone watches the show, but he appears in the episode from this week, and I didn't know. I thought he was a. What do you guys know about Johnny Thunder? Fill me in because I never read the All-Star comics. I've got some collected editions of them, and I used to read All-Star Squadron, but I need to go back and read those. And so, but Johnny Thunder is like a non-powered guy like Rick Jones, right?
I don't know.
Or am I thinking of someone else?
About him.
If you had asked me 3 years ago, I probably would have known, but I have forgotten a lot of that.
I don't know.
It's
I never read it. So.
Well, what it is the Justice. I mean, you know the premise of the Justice Society, Basil.
Yeah.
You know, there were the heroes in the 40s, and
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And it was a different Green Lantern and different Flash and everything.
Earth, right? They're from Earth 2?
Yeah, they had them, at least until a Crisis on Infinite Earths. They were on a separate Earth, alternate Earth, and yeah. So anyway, in this show, in this TV show, it's the children or the chosen of the next generation of the Justice Society kind of taking over, and so they introduced the daughter of Green Lantern, and now I'm hearing that I've been told that in the official comic books, Green Lantern, the 40s Golden Age Green Lantern is now gay, and yet this daughter and 2 children seem to belie that. So at least this TV version is not existing in that same reality or timeline. Did you see the Spider-Man trailer the other day?
Yeah, I did. I saw it.
Yeah.
What did you think of that?
I don't know. I guess I'm kind of indifferent. I'm not really excited about it because I know that it's not going to be what I really, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't really care. I have no comment. It looked good.
I don't care.
I probably won't watch it.
Well, you know what I'm doing is I don't mean the way I asked that question was it's kind of it makes that's what my brother used to do. He said, "What did you think of that movie?" And I said, "It was really great." And he says, "Yeah, I hated it." He would set it up and then didn't like pull the rug out from under me. I felt like I was just doing that to you. I didn't mean to because we were just talking about all this shit. And then I said, "What did you think of that Spider-Man trailer?" Then it's like, if you liked it, it's like you're really nervous about saying it because,
Yeah,
but no, I thought it was cool. It's neat to see Doctor Strange and Spider-Man interacting, and
it's true, you're right. Yeah,
and they
it's
can
nice to see
actually
Mary Jane
explain away.
finally being portrayed as a person of color.
And who?
It's been 50 years of her as a redhead, and I'm tired of it. I want her to be a light-skinned black girl. I've wanted that for a long time, and so I'm glad that they finally.
Okay. Well, yeah, but the people say, well, that's not actually Mary Jane. That's MJ.
No, it's Mary Jane.
But so which is, but you know what they ought to do? If I ran this Marvel movie company, I would introduce they're going to have characters from different timelines apparently appear. They're going to in this.
Right.
So apparently, what started with this, I was about to say Wanda Jackson, but with the WandaVision TV show, the things starting to go crazy, and then I guess the Spider-Man movie, and then Doctor Strange, where things are going to be really fucked up, and everything's going to be fucked up in that, and then then they're going to bring in Kang the Conqueror and all this, but
America Chavez. I want to see America Chavez.
I don't even know who that is, hardly. Someone had to explain to me who it is the other day.
Are you pulling our legs?
Yeah, I am, but
Okay,
that's
just making
where
sure.
this is all going. That's where this is all
yeah.
leading.
Well,
All leading
yeah.
is having everybody replaced by gays or women.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
That's right.
Well, the Eternals looks real bad as far as that goes. Spider-Man, I would rather all characters look exactly like they did in the comics, 100%. And if you introduce other characters, that's great into the cast. I don't mind that, but keep the core characters the same. I didn't find, yes, Mary Jane should be a red-haired. They don't. Eric Breen's friend, like what's his that does the auction,
Ingleton.
Yeah, he always talks about how redheads aren't allowed, and it's really true. Redheads are not in any movies.
The Great Replacement.
Jimmy Olsen, Batgirl. I mean, in any movie, the last redhead that appeared was Lindsay Lohan, and then she went off and went crazy, and but she was like, you just don't. It's like weird. They do weird things like add characters, make the show diverse, but you take a character like Death in the Sandman TV show that's being made, who's just this as absolute white death look, because that's how you portray death, like bones. And she's this cute little teenage goth girl, and let's make her African American. Well, that's almost insulting to African Americans. To make Death a black woman, it's just like, well, people won't be expecting it, but make it the way it was. But and then they say, well, if you complain about it, well, then you must be racist. No, people just want, they want Sherlock Holmes not to be an Eskimo or Chinese, and if they were allowed to make a Charlie Chan movie, you wouldn't make him British.
It's like these people weren't alive to actually watch the Jeffersons, or they don't understand that that things were actually, race relations were probably better in 1975 than they are now.
Can you imagine if All in the Family or the Jeffersons?
Like there was a guy named Sidney Poitier that these people don't even know existed. You know what I mean? They've never heard of Leslie Uggams before. They don't know that they think that they invented civil rights. You know what I mean? It's so
the hero of Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just
but
I don't really where I was going with this. The actress that plays MJ, I think she's very likable, and it's obviously not the Spider-Man universe we're used to, because it's changed. Queens is going to be a very diverse neighborhood. If Peter Parker went there, okay, there's Ned Leeds is like maybe an Asian guy, or no, Flash Thompson is. Ned Leeds, I don't remember what, but anyway. But no one knows those old comics except a lot of older people. And Ned Leeds, I think I don't even know if he's still alive. I remember he went off to Vietnam and came back shattered or something. I don't remember. But and Jonah Jameson, it's a different Jonah Jameson. He's bald on top. Then there's a Jonah Jameson that exists in another timeline with the Tobey Maguire movies that looks just kind of like the comic, but they got the same actor. And then you realize, well, I can see the writing conundrum in some senses why they change, but in some cases they change for no reason except to be politically correct or to be woke. But there are no. It would make no sense for Peter Parker to be carrying a camera around, taking pictures of himself, and then going to sell them to a newspaper publisher, since no one even sees newspapers anymore. And instead, you take J. Jonah Jameson and make him an Alex Jones type guy on a website, and see his face on this TV computer screen or whatever it was at Times Square. I don't remember, but that makes more sense that character, if the comic was being created today, would be more something like that. And because anyone could be a Peter Parker photographer now, because everyone has a camera, like a professional quality camera in their pocket with a phone. But what I would do if I was,
go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, what I would do is I would introduce. There's another timeline that looks exactly like the comic books. And then you see the Avengers, and they are dressed exactly like and they said, well, it would look silly. No, like Alex Ross never looked silly. Yeah. You could do what Alex Ross does. And I was, Alex, like when Alex Ross used to paint Superman in Kingdom Come, and in some of those other early Alex Ross paintings.
You can do it like this and it will look cool. That's why I do this.
That's exactly right. And so they're starting to get a little bit more courageous, and they're like at the end of the TV show, and like the last few minutes, you see the Scarlet Witch kind of has somewhat of the headpiece and the colors, but I think, well, what I was going to say is he's using models. There are people that he brings in that pose. Whoever this guy is that he's taking the photographs of to be Superman in Kingdom Come looks exactly like Superman. I think he's actually a long-haired guy, and he changes the hair, or was. This is back in the 90s. But he looks more like Superman than even Christopher Reeve did. Yeah, because he's working right from photographs, and because it's so consistent, the looks of these characters he's using, and the whatever lady was doing Wonder Woman posing for Alex Ross, what's her face that plays her in the movies is real good, but that woman really looked even more like her because she looked powerful. That first Wonder Woman movie was great. The sequel was such a drop in quality. It was like they went from Superman 1 to 3. It was the same director. But the Spider-Man movie I have a lot more hope for than like the Eternals, because Doctor Strange looks right. I mean, he acts a little more casual than what I would imagine him being, and I think I'm looking forward to that. But what else am I looking forward to? What else is coming? There's so many. I don't give a shit about the Marvels or any of that, because I used to buy every Marvel movie when it came out on Blu-ray, and then I stopped with Captain Marvel, and then I got Black Panther, but then all these miniseries, I don't think I would ever buy the discs of them. So now I've kind of gotten out of that habit, because I see these people. It might be some of you guys, because I've had this conversation where where it's like a comic. You keep buying a comic after it turns bad because you want to keep the run going. I've heard a bunch of people say, yeah,
I used to do that.
think,
I don't do it anymore, but I did it.
yeah, I know. And it's like, well, wait a second. That's what messages that's sending to them. But yeah, that's just because of the obsessive nature of comic collectors, you know. But once it gets bad, I kind of bail. Let's see, what is I need to give other people a chance to talk. Let's see, what is Dr. Silverage saying here? Johnny Thunder had his genie in a bottle called Thunderbolt, who, when called upon, would help the JSA out fighting the bad guys. That's exactly what happened last night in the show, and it was a purple genie. It was. I'm sure that people watching the TV show were going, "What the frick?" Because all of a sudden the show went absolutely ape shit when this genie appeared. Yeah. So it's accurate to the comics. All Johnny had to do is say the words, "Say you." And Thunderbolt would, in the TV show, he has to say, "So cool." So, yeah, let's see. There was the Queen's Gambit recently on Netflix, and there was some spy movie with a red-haired spy lady, but I can't remember the name of it. Okay, I don't know what is she talking about? Oh, as far as good shows on, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I want to like these movies. I want to like all of them.
I'm so back, dude. I think what did I watch? I think everything that since I've started hanging out with you guys and talking and stuff. So I'll flick through whatever this idiot box thing is. They call it TV it's just a computer, with a flat screen is what I call it. But I go through and I try to find some of the movies, and it's like I can't get past anything that's like maybe 2000 or 2001. I can't even imagine what you guys are watching. I mean, that stuff that I'm watching is like I'm watching Iron Man, and what did I watch? I watched some. It was pretty good. It was a Frankenstein movie. It was kind of gothy or whatever, but it was pretty cool. It's like nothing I can watch doesn't get more beyond like my tape doesn't go beyond like maybe 2005 or 2006. And
You're
it's
not
like,
alone.
after that, man, I tried to watch some of the newer stuff that you guys are talking about, and I'm like, dude.
Which ones in particular? Which ones were the really shitty ones?
Yeah, I mean, there's this. It's all shitty. I mean, it's like I'll turn it on and I'll watch like 10 minutes of it, and it's like woke, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta shut it off now. I'm done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't make myself get into it, and it's like as woke as I can get, as woke as I get is like 2005. That's like and things are just creeping towards what it is now, and it's like that's as much as I can tolerate, it's like
I can't think of anything that's like really woke or awakened. I like to say, I don't like to use their terminology. I can't think of anything that I gave a chance to that I pretended to like, though.
Basil, I agree with you. You'll notice I get real quiet when they start talking about, hey, did you see this movie? Hey, did you see this TV show? Nope, I have no interest. However, I think, Basil, you could handle the first Iron Man movie because
I did see that. I liked it.
That was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think I watched two or there's a couple more, and I was okay with it. It got a little spun out, but it was all right.
Both Guardians of the Galaxy movies are good. Guardians of the Galaxy is good.
Yeah.
Loki,
I
I
haven't
couldn't make
seen
it
those
through the
yet.
first episode.
the
I had to stop
second,
Loki because it was so
I wouldn't
so
touch it.
inappropriate. It was so
The
messed up.
second Hulk movie is pretty good.
Yeah.
The one with Ed Norton.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's very few. Maybe the first two Avengers movies But after that, no.
Well, actually,
go ahead.
the first Avengers was good. The second was weaker.
Yeah, I
3
agree.
and 4 were good. The 2 Captain America movies were.
There you go.
The second one was amazing.
All three
Yeah,
Captain
those are good.
Americas. All three Captain
Captain
Americas are
America.
good.
There
I've
was.
seen those in the movie theater. So I like those. I enjoyed them.
But then right about there, that's where I would cut off.
Yeah,
I did see Black Panther, but I did not care for it. And I love the character, but I couldn't handle it. All these incredible gadgets are built by this 13-year-old girl. Please give me a break. I'm sorry I sound so sexist. I don't mean to be. I'm tired of this, all the great gadgets can't be invented by a Hank Pym or any dude. It has to be this little prodigy somewhere. No, come on.
Well, she was like showing. It's like, have you thought of this to Bruce Banner? And he's saying, no, I didn't think of that. And it's like, no, that was, of course, the way they portray Bruce Banner, because the actor that's playing him is kind of a moron in real life. He doesn't really come across as super brilliant.
No.
Although he's likable, you don't get. Although I've actually met people that are brilliant that come across kind of dopey.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of someone in particular that's at the vanguard of artificial intelligence.
Are stupid. More in my life, the people that act smart are doing exactly that. They're acting smart.
Yeah.
The people that you think are fucking morons, usually they are extremely intelligent. And I would, I'm not talking about, the trendy moron. I'm talking about like the moron like me. I'm not saying I'm intelligent, but really, really, they're really street smart, somewhat book smart, and and anybody, in my opinion, who's intelligent is not a follower. They are always separated. If science says, whatever, this is what's happening, the brilliant person will question that and look into it. The morons don't question anything; they just follow what's going on. That's where it cracks me up. This whole projected thing that comes through that idiot box over there is that what is smart and what isn't smart, and it cracks me up. It's like
if you wear a T-shirt with science on it, then you've got to be smart.
That's right.
Yeah, no, it's like what's dog trained is smart, and what isn't dog trained is stupid. And there needs to be discipline.
I'll tell you how old school I am. Last Monday night, I watched the original Magnificent Seven.
Great movie.
I just watched it too. I just watched it on Prime a couple weeks ago.
Yul Brynner, Steve McQueen, James Coburn, Eli Wallach. You're not going to get that anymore these days. Those guys are gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what I watch, Graphic Man. I'm telling you, when like my roomie takes off and goes on vacation, or he's just going to be gone, I'll come in here and I think what I watch on TV is maybe 1975 and back.
Yeah.
I can't.
It's so funny
I
that
think
you both feel alike. I do the same.
Yeah.
Only old stuff.
Yeah, I just, I enjoy watching it. It's like, I love to watch, the Cary Grant movies, the what's his name? Jimmy Stewart movies, John Wayne movies.
Yeah.
All that stuff. It's just, it makes me, it's like eating chili beans, man. It makes me comfortable.
As far as these superhero movies go, the Marvel ones, because I remember what we got in the 70s, which was the Spider-Man TV show. The Hulk show was fun, but it wasn't the Hulk.
Cool.
It was the Fugitive, and I remember that week stuff. So I'm just pulled up the list. Iron Man was great.
Yeah.
The Incredible Hulk was I really really liked it, and I liked the guy that was playing the Hulk a lot more than the guy that replaced him, whatever that guy's name was.
Ed
I
Norton.
like, you know, the one that you bag on all the time, Gratu, the first one, you know, where he's jumping and all. I like that one. You know why I like it though? Is I like the chick in that movie. That chick is hot, man.
Okay. Well, my problem is it seemed to be more psychological, and the Hulk was barely in it. And it was more like someone wanted to make an art film about someone that was a victim of child abuse and dealing with it. And it was, and then the Hulk, the more angry he became even bigger to the point where he's like taller than King Kong, you know, stuff like that. So Iron Man 2, a lot of people had trouble with it. I still enjoyed it. Thor was perfectly okay. I like that too. Captain America: First Avenger, I like that. The Avengers, I like that. Iron Man 3, that's the one where a lot of people disliked it. I still had fun with it.
Why does he have to destroy all of his armors?
Well, that's true, because it's the same thing we were talking. Weren't we talking about Matinee earlier? And at the end, they had to destroy the movie theater. It's just because at the ending, you've got to have a bunch of explosions. It's like the corporate offices tell you that. Thor: The Dark World was a weak entry.
Yeah.
Captain America: The Winter Soldier is really genuinely fantastic.
It's a good movie.
Guardians of the Galaxy, great. Avengers: Age of Ultron was a weaker entry. Ant-Man,
it was weak,
I loved Ant-Man.
Too, I loved it too because it was made here, so it was really cool.
You should not kill the Quicksilver right after you introduced him. You should not kill him.
Oh yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
Civil War, I love that. Doctor Strange, I always loved that character. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 wasn't quite as good as the first one. I love that.
I just watched Fantastic Four. That's what I watched. The first Fantastic Four is the one that I see. Just the other day.
Is not. I don't even consider that movie as existing. These are the movies that Marvel Studios put out. That was done by a different studio, 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox put out a handful of good X-Men movies. I think they must have put out about 12, and that's like every other one or every third one was really great, but there were a lot of real turds. But the first X-Men, the second X-Men, the third one was bad. The one Logan was great.
I liked the Class where they did what we always talk about, where they made it in the 60s.
First Class was great, and then there was the one, the time travel, Days of Future Past was great. So, but those aren't part of this official. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. These are so they haven't officially introduced the X-Men into this, although they're probably going to call them the mutants because some idiot woman that works this high up at this company now they're saying, well, they're not just men, so we'll call them yeah. So it's starting to get bad. But see, I had no problem with Spider-Man: Homecoming. Thor: Ragnarok was a hell of a lot of fun. I loved it.
Yeah, it was good.
Black Panther.
Homecoming had the
was
woke
not
moment.
as great as people are saying, but I had no Avengers: Infinity War. I love that. Ant-Man and the Wasp. I thought that was fun. Captain Marvel was where it started to get weak because I didn't like the actress playing her, and I don't know anything about that character because I remember her as Ms. Marvel, and to me, Captain Marvel was a guy,
right?
And they should have started with that. But nobody likes that movie. Avengers Endgame.
Fantastic Four is feeble. I mean, I didn't think it was that bad of a movie, but it was like, okay, whatever. I mean, I wasn't super impressed with it. It was interesting.
Fantastic Four was
timeline.
It was okay, except they didn't really handle Dr. Doom correctly. They didn't handle Alicia correctly, the Thing's girlfriend. It could have been a little better. The graphics were pretty good. Johnny Storm's pretty good, but
Johnny Storm was the best thing about it.
So it's like it's a lukewarm to average movie or average. It's average. So I am right. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't over the top.
But
we were happy
Fantastic
they
Four,
made it. Yeah.
as a comic book in the 60s, was the flagship comic of Marvel Comics. It was
Oh, I know
the
that.
best thing
I know.
that they did, and it was fantastic. And the more you've read of the issues between 1 and 100, the more you just don't like. It's like The Shining. I love The Shining, the Stanley Kubrick movie, and all these people that read the book said that shit. And I said, no, it's a great movie. And they said, well, you didn't read the book. You don't know what they changed and how good it could have been if they hadn't. So it's just a matter of, but yeah.
I've read the book and seen the movie. I thought that the movie is fine. It's okay. Yeah, the book was better, but the movie was fine. And and believe it or not, I believe of course I seen the movie first, and everybody had told me what you said, and then to read the book. So I think that's why I'm okay with this, because I seen the movie, I thought the movie was good, and then I got the book and I read it, and I was like, yeah, the book is definitely better. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I can see where you guys getting at with that.
I'm liking these movies, but what it's not showing is the TV shows. And the problem, man, I'm wondering if this is predictive programming, this whole Thanos thing, and the fact that there are elite in our real life world that want to reduce the Earth's population. And it really seems very, the more you think about that movie and what's happened since then, because they've I don't know, I don't like that there's such repercussions from that movie, that it's made these TV shows so depressing. Being the WandaVision, the Falcon and Winter Soldier all deal with all this grief and torment that would have happened if you thought your relative or wife or husband was dead, or daughter or son, for 5 years, and they just pop back up and they're the same age, and you've gone on and you've remarried or something, or you pop back up and it's like, oh, I'm ready to go back to my old house and someone's living in it. That was the kind of the I think the premise behind that Falcon show, that there was this group of terrorists that were upset about, they call it the blip or something, and it's just that in the old comics, some catastrophic thing would happen and then it would be fixed, and then you'd go on to something else in the next issue. But dragging this out is making these shows less fun, and that's the point, is fun.
Yeah, that's what they did with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I hated that.
That was terrible.
I love the first season. The first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was killer. The second one, meh. And then after that, dude, it just like spun out of so far control. I was just
so
like,
watchable, dude. I was really not really watching the episodes, but not watching the episodes. It was like the same thing happened with that Arrow show. Like, I liked Arrow at the beginning, but then why am I even watching this?
Yeah, I lost interest too. Now, then we get into Phase 4. I haven't seen Black Widow because it was only in theaters. It's not that I'm afraid to go to a theater. It's just I haven't had the opportunity or the extra money. And the movie was delayed for so long that you stop caring or something. I don't know what it is. If it had been on Disney Plus or whatever you call it, I would have seen it. Shang-Chi, I'm not that excited about it because it doesn't really look like the comic. And I remember the comic having Fu Manchu in it. The movie could turn out to be great. I don't know enough about it yet.
I agree. I enjoyed the comic book.
I enjoyed it.
I love the comic.
Was it Michael Golden? Was the artist? Or no, Mike Zeck.
And before that, Galassi.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But
it was stuff. I liked it.
What I'm seeing in the trailers doesn't look like that, which looked like some mystical Bruce Lee movie that never was made. The Eternals does not look good.
No.
Now they've taken a property that no one's ever heard of. And no comic book fans have ever really read. They might say they did, but no one really read it.
Much of it is unreadable.
I picked up a few issues. I picked up a few issues when I was in 6th grade or 5th grade because it was Jack Kirby and I knew to respect him, but it just wasn't because he wrote it. It's not. And so because no one knows these characters, they can gender swap them and race swap them and no one's going to know because no one, but it seems, I don't know what that's going to be like. I'll see, I'll watch it. This I'm looking forward to. And this as well, Doctor Strange. This I'm definitely looking forward to. So these three I think are going to be strong movies. That one I don't know. I mean, it could surprise me. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, that's where it's going off the rails because they're going to make that girl, his younger sister, the Black Panther. I know that's been done in the comic book, but the point is Black Panther existed in Marvel Comics. He started about the time I was born, and maybe they've replaced him recently. I don't know, but that's a good 50 years that the Black Panther existed as T'Challa. And you're going to, after one movie, and I'm not going to say just because the actor died, because that sounds like I'm minimizing his death, and that's tragic and everything, and you should start with some tribute to him. But it's just like Sean Connery leaves, you bring in Roger Moore. He leaves, you bring in someone else, and you keep going. I don't like this killing off of characters shit, and that's what's hurting things. They're killing off their top characters. Iron Man, Captain America, sort of killed off, and it's that's the other thing. Black Widow, no one cares because they already saw her die, and it's like they're going to have to fix this with these movies and bring these characters back, either as different actors or whatever. They painted themselves into a corner. The Marvels, no interest. I don't know any of these characters. They're all. They're still going to be dealing with all this quantum shit at this point. So, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to bring the Fantastic Four in with this movie. And I'm sure it'll be, I've enjoyed those Ant-Man movies a lot. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Huh?
I haven't seen the Ant-Man movies yet.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, and this will be great, and that'll be great. So my only problems is yes, the woke shit that's involved with that. Although they pulled Captain Marvel, it's not Captain Marvel 2. Notice they realized that failed, so they're going to bring in what other characters? All these characters I don't care about. Kamala Khan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really, Then they're going to bring in a Blade movie. I enjoyed the Deadpool movies. I mean, I know, I'm sorry, but I did.
Deadpool 2 quite a bit, actually.
And so, overall, this is a pretty good track record. The DC movies.
Are the Deadpool movies vampire movies?
Are they vampire
Deadpool
movies?
Vampire movies? Yeah.
No, he's a character that comes out of X-Men. I never read a Deadpool comic in my life. So I have to ask people, are these comics as profane and violent as the movie? And they mostly say, well, no, sometimes. But, I mean, I don't know. Have you guys read any Deadpool comics? Myers?
No. It happened after 1993. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Well, the movies are fun. And what was really great from DC was the Suicide Squad in the first Wonder Woman movie. And Aquaman.
Yeah, they were good.
But overall, it's like what we've been given as kids 50 years ago. There's no way we ever would have dreamed that this would have happened, that these movies would have been made, that there'd be something like Captain America, the Winter Soldier. One thing is the movies have weak music. I mean, there's an Avengers theme that I could if I really think about it, I can kind of remember how it goes. But and the Spider-Man movies are starting to use the 67 cartoon music kind of as their theme. But you asked me what is Iron Man's theme? I couldn't tell you. What is the Hulk's theme? Exactly. They should all have themes that immediately when they appear, like Indiana Jones, or it's like John Williams could write a theme that would get stuck in your head, like Superman has that iconic theme from John Williams. But But these characters don't know. There doesn't seem to be a living composer that can write a memorable theme like the James Bond theme kicking in. If these Avengers movies had theme songs like that, when it cuts to another character taking on Ultron or whatever, and it kicks in with their theme music, these movies would make you wet your pants. I mean, already, when there are times in these movies when the Avengers in that first Avengers movie, they're in a circle and they're like, and the camera's going around, and it just like brings tears to my eyes. Just even now, just imagining that in the theater, I had tears. It's like, because I've been wanting to see this forever. And it's like, and they really do look like the Avengers. You got the Hulk there, and Captain America's suit is almost right, I mean, really, those ears would probably not work in the real world in a fight. And the other thing that's fucked up, if you think about it, is how he has his ears popping out. His human ears, not the wings. I was saying wings is what I meant. Right. The wings would pop off in a fight. But if you had your mask cut around and your ears are popping through there, and someone hits you just right, your ears going to get sliced off when your mask moves. But it looks cool in the comic, but I guess I could understand putting a helmet on him instead. But these movies have been great. I mean, but yeah, I don't care about the Marvels, and I don't like when they do the changes with the characters.
Hey, so what's up with the Bruce Willis movie? I remember seeing it a long time ago. I think it was called Unbreakable.
That was like the first of the superhero wave. That came out, and I remember seeing it and thinking, someone made a Superman movie, and they just didn't call it Superman, and it was really cool. And then,
it was heavily comic book related, too.
Yeah. And then
what was that? It was like...
There were two sequels that I haven't seen that were recent, and that guy was never able to make it. Huh?
Was that a comic book character?
It was not a comic character.
It starts off with words on the screen talking about, people inking and the production of comic books and stuff. In fact, I remember being at work and someone came up to me and says, "You would like that movie. It was about comic books." And I go, "Oh, okay." I hadn't even heard anything about it. And then there's comic books themes throughout the movie.
Yeah.
Well, it's like what would happen if Superman really existed. Yeah. And I don't think he knows why he has the powers, so he could actually, I don't remember.
He was not aware of himself. Yeah.
Yeah. So he could be, so that was good.
It was a freaky flick. I remember seeing it and just going, wow, is that, I don't remember that being a comic book character, but I thought maybe it could be because I was never that delved off. But
there are movies that come out.
I read some. So
there are movies that come out that are based on comic books and nobody even knows it,
right?
Because they're these crummy comics that no one's ever seen. They're badly drawn, and it's like then someone purchases the property. Like Men in Black was actually a comic book.
Really?
So was there was some, what else like that? I don't know. There's been movies made based on comics that no one's ever really read, like that Pamela Anderson movie. No one's ever read that book. At least I haven't. What was that Pamela Anderson superhero? Barbed Wire.
How about Tank Girl?
Huh? Tank Girl was a pretty obscure character.
That's a good point. Yeah.
The comic book was better than the movie. But sometimes the movies are better than the comic books. Probably Men in Black was better. I don't know.
The Stallone Judge Dredd movies, sometimes they get little things right. Like the first Judge Dredd got a little bit of Judge Dredd right, but that second one was outstanding. The one that's just Dredd.
The suits, and see, the thing is, it's just Sylvester Stallone had to take his helmet off because he wanted to show he's Sylvester Stallone. But he just made a superhero movie that's coming out. Some superhero called the I forget what he's called. It's he's an older superhero that has to come out of retirement. It's a made up superhero, but he's jumped on the superhero bandwagon. and then he'll be in the new Guardians of the Galaxy because he was introduced as one of the original Guardians. Yeah, I just heard about that the other day. I wonder if the trailer's been released for that Stallone movie. Let's see if I can find out its name. Stallone superhero movie. It's called Samaritan. 2022. Here, let's see if I can show the trailer without getting in trouble. Seems like showing a commercial would not get you in trouble. I see other channels do it. I heard someone talking about it, but I don't know. That's behind the scenes trailer.
Samaritan 2021. Director, Julius Avery. Writer, Bragi F. Shutt. Lucky for all of us, Overlord director Julius Avery has a new film forthcoming, Samaritan, an original superhero thriller starring Sylvester Stallone as a retired hero. Based on an original idea, Samaritan centers on a young boy who is out to discover if a mythic superhero, who vanished 20 years earlier following a tragic event, is still alive.
Well, that's not a trailer. Well, of course, there's go away. There's what are people saying in there? Yeah, the second Judge Dredd was amazing, but that never. People were trying to get a sequel made. They had all these online petitions to do it, and Bronco's saying the guy that played Dredd in the film also plays Billy Butcher on The Boys. The Boys is another thing that no one's ever heard of the comic. I'd never heard of it. It's terribly drawn. There's so many different superhero properties now. I can't even keep track of them. Did anyone watch the?
Guess what the answer is going to be.
No, I was wondering if anyone ever saw what was that show? League of something. I've mentioned this before. We watched the whole season of it, and I don't.
Oh, you with the talking monkey or the chimpanzee?
Yeah.
I couldn't make it through. I maybe 3 episodes.
We made it through the whole season, and we watched a whole season of The Boys. And after every episode, I felt like I should take a shower.
Yeah,
it was perverse. It was anti-American. I don't know.
There were little things, little sparkles of goodness. I thought in the
there
Boys.
was, yeah. I thought I liked the Wonder Woman type character.
Yeah, I did too. And the young girl, the main character, Starlight or whatever. I like.
Yeah, I just didn't like the whole angle of her being abused and the Aquaman character,
and especially not the way that it was done. Like they almost made it comedic in a way. It was really
right. They did.
Yeah.
The comic book's far more perverse from what I saw. But yeah, so I don't know. In this. But
Invincible, my son loves that, but it's so violent.
Well, there is a comic book. I've never read it. Jupiter, is it Jupiter Ascending or Jupiter Rising or something like that? That's a comic I've never read. There was a movie that guy that does the voice of Groot. What's his name?
Oh yeah,
he did a Bloodshot movie recently where he didn't wear a costume. I've never read that comic book. I don't care about that 90s stuff, but Oh well.
It sucks that the '90s comic books sucked so bad because the '90s were actually pretty cool, you know. But the comic books did suck for sure.
The
That's
underground
for sure.
stuff was pretty good though. Like it didn't all suck. Like that Evil Ernie was actually pretty good. Like
Oh, yeah?
if you read it, it was actually pretty good.
Yeah. But I mean, the '90s in general, to me, I don't know if it's because that was, you know, when I broke out, you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
in general, I like the '90s. I mean, I like the music of the '90s was pretty fucking good. I thought,
Great.
you know, there were still a lot of original acts. The comic books did suck. I did notice that the art was just trash. I was just like, dude, I remember looking at a comic book and I was just like, dude, what's this? Like you said, just like these big giant panels, and it looked like anime art most of the time. I was like, yeah, that's garbage.
I think Marvel was close to going out of business, and then they weren't able to hire good talent, and
Yeah.
so they started selling their characters off to different movie studios, and they started making the really crummy movies, and some good and some bad movies right around 2000, and then they decided, hey, we need to start making our own movies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And just in general, it seemed like, yeah, there was some stuff starting to go south, but I mean, it you know, all things normally, you know, they start going bad, but things really didn't turn to trash until like after like the 2000s. Like after that, I started seeing this shit. This was like way out of line. It was just,
The 90s were a bad time for comic book movies, as I recall. The Batman and Robin, and what was it? The Mask was apparently also a comic book that no one's aware of.
It was actually a good comic book. I
Was
I
it?
bought those Mask comics. They were good. Doug Monkey.
wasn't that Jim Carrey did The Mask or whatever? Is that what you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a comic book.
Yeah, there's a lot of
That was a funny movie though. I hate Jim Carrey, but that was a funny movie.
That club that's in that movie, the Coco Bongo in Cancun. I've been there a lot. It's a freaking amazing club. They like highlight it in that movie. But there's an actual now. There's a. I mean, ever since that movie, there's at the front of it. They make sure that you know that this is the club from The Mask. There's like a full-size statue of Jim Carrey there. But it's a spectacular nightclub in Cancun. It's open. It's 24 hours. Like you can stay there until breakfast. You can like rage until 6 a.m. if you want.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's an amazing place. It's one of those bracelet places where you go, depending on the night of the week, it's going to be how much you pay. So if you go on a Wednesday, it's going to be a $20 bracelet, and you're going to get water and Coronas all night for free as long as you show your bracelets. You could stay there until like 4 a.m. and drink like 20 Coronas if you want. It's
wow.
In the chat,
It's gnarly.
I couldn't remember the Umbrella Academy. That's the one with the monkey.
That's the name of it. Yeah.
I know League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is a fantastic comic book. Great, several series. The movie is absolute awful. But
You didn't like the movie? I love the movie, man. Of
Did
course,
you-
I never read the comic book, so
that's why. That's why. Because I bet the movie comes across really good if you haven't read them. But the comics are so good. It's not just what they try to do in the movie is just use the less obscure, the more famous characters. Like, well, let's have Tom Sawyer in the groups, or so because it's a grown-up Tom Sawyer, so everyone knows who Tom Sawyer is the American in the group. But in the books, they go into real obscure heroes and villains from 100 years ago, and they have John Carter in there, and it's just really well done. But it could have been great with that cast with Sean Connery. Instead, it just made him decide to retire after that movie. He said, "Fuck this." But
I
yeah,
thought the movie was great, man. That's what sucks. I enjoy it, man. I like
let me watch
I like
it again.
Captain
and I
The
remember at a
Captain
cool
Nemo
car.
character was killer.
I haven't seen it
I don't
since.
know. I enjoyed it, but of course, I didn't know that the comic books had come out before. I'd seen that there was comic books, but I thought that was just like a product of the movie. I thought they were Star Wars. You know what I mean? So I had no
What's
idea.
bad is the Star Wars movies. I mean,
Oh yeah,
far
they're shit.
worse than the Marvel movies. I mean, that makes Captain Marvel look brilliant. What they're doing with the destruction of the Star Wars franchise by
Yeah.
diminishing Luke Skywalker because he's a male and making him into this. They're awful movies.
Terrible.
Yeah, they are.
And,
They're
and
rotten.
the prequels were bad too, but these Disney aftermath ones, it's
They're
just
even worse.
everything. I mean, you had a perfect little trilogy, and it ended. The heroes get married. Han Solo and Princess Leia. It's just like a fairy tale. Okay, they defeated the Empire. You figure they went off, got married. Well, oh no, they're divorced. He's back doing what he was doing before, being a smuggler, and she looks like she's on meth for 20-30 years, and Luke Skywalker almost killed some kid, and he's off looking like some degenerate drinking milk out of the boobs of some platypus alien, and it's just
Yeah,
just-
that one really pissed me
so
off.
she shows
man.
up and hands him his lightsaber, and he just takes it in the next movie and throws it over his shoulder. It's like, it's just,
Yeah, it's bogus, man. And I have a friend of mine who read like all the books, and they deviated, so far away from even the books.
oh,
He was
that
just like-
Disney bought it and threw out all of that. I think the way it was originally is all those were supposed to be officially true, and then they threw it out and they said that we'll do it our way. And at first I thought, well, that's okay because George Lucas has been messing up his own stuff for years with those prequels. So maybe if you go a different direction, it'll be fine. And then the first movie came out and it kind of felt a little bit like Star Wars. And then it just spiraled. Whoa, bad.
And then on a positive note, though, is I thought the prequels for Star Trek were fucking fantastic, man. I love the first Star Trek, the one that was a prequel. Oh man, I stood up and applauded. That was like the first time I stood up and applauded after a movie in probably I don't know 20 years.
I like the first one. The second
Yeah.
one was a rehash of Wrath of Khan, and I thought that
Yeah.
was ill-advised. And then there was the third one, which I don't think I've actually seen.
I have, yeah, I seen it's good. It was
The
all
first
right.
one was
That's the one.
good, but I didn't like them playing up this Uhura Spock relationship. I didn't
really. Yeah, it was kind of off, but it was all right though.
But
Hey man,
the way it was presented, that these are not the actual people that those people existed in a different world, so they're not like erasing everything you knew like other movies do. I didn't mind it, but then when they just come up with some new stories, when I saw they're just going to do Khan over, okay, so you've established this new world with new actors, and then you're just going to rehash stories.
You talking about the one where it's is it the second one, the one where they wreck the ship and it goes down and
I think
they
it was
gotta rush
Doctor
that
Strange playing Khan, wasn't it? Benedict, son of a bitch, or something.
Yes.
And
Cumberbatch.
I've been told by a woke person that that they do not like Benedict Cumberbatch because he is a bad person, because he made fun of. He said that he made a movie where he was playing as someone dyslexic, so he was studying people that were dyslexic or hung out with them, and he made some comment to the press that people that are dyslexic cannot be heroes. So he was, so forget him. And then apparently he actually said like the actual very worst racial word in the world one time. And that's apparently documented somewhere that he said that word. So she says, I haven't even seen Doctor Strange. And this person's like completely into this Marvel woke comic book world. This person. That's a lot easier than saying they, isn't it? This human
Young
being.
or an old guy?
Huh?
Is it a young person or an older person?
It was a young girl. Not sorry, a young a boy. Young.
So
the
at
worst,
least
the worst is
young
old
person.
people. The worst are the people that are our age that are woke. I can't stand them. I mean, I can understand the young kids, because they've been brainwashed in school and all that stuff. But when you get somebody that's our age, that's woke, dude, I want to take a bat to them. I mean,
Right.
I literally have to like walk out of the room. I have to just leave. I can't
President
stand
Trump,
it. Like
last Saturday, almost to this exact minute, was in a rally and he said, what did he say? Something like, to be woke is bullshit. Or
yeah.
I can't remember the exact quote.
It's totally the opposite. It's right out of a Vonnegut book. It's just like that one about Ice Nine. What was that? Or Cat's Cradle. It's like it's the opposite of their projecting. They're always projecting.
Harrison Bergeron, his short story where no one can be better than anyone else. So this guy is born kind of an Adonis superhero type guy. Like he could save the world, but because he's strong, they have to weigh him down. So and they have to put like weird stuff on his face to make him look ugly so he can blend in with everyone. I think Cleo's trying to come in the room, but it's barricaded by what? The cat? I've gotten this room.
Firewatch on you.
Okay, let me move that. I'll be right back so she can come in because I've turned this room into a maze like out of hoarders, and
it's a bunker, not a room.
She can't get in. I understand. I can't get in here either. She hasn't been up here since her last appearance in this room. I wonder why. Well, what is it? This record rack that's causing the problem? Oh shit! Yeah,
record rack.
Got to really squeeze to get through there.
I was bringing you this and this.
Oh, I got water. I appreciate it though. Here, I'll move the. You move to that stair. I'll trap you.
I'm sorry.
Here, I'll move this. The cats can still get by.
Basil, you're cutting out if you're talking to me.
Trying to avoid moving things.
I was asking you, do you recognize this flag?
So that's what happened in my back.
How many stars? Is it 42?
It's got.
I was going to do a lot of moving, but then I've been in pain.
Huh? Looks
but
good.
There's a fair to lead.
Camera.
I'm just saying I don't need to be.
Well, you can.
I brought this for you.
Oh, you don't want to go over there?
No, I brought this for you.
Well, thank you, but I was about. Yeah, come on, you get on camera. It's cool.
It's okay. Can I just hang out over here?
Sure, you can. Yeah, but I can put it where you can be seen.
You'll have to tell me later.
Okay.
All right, so I made it. She was able to get into the room.
I'm not going to make it to the seat, though.
That could be a problem.
Uh-huh.
Here, let me fix that. Shit. You guys have no idea how fucked up it is up here.
Oh yeah, I do. I know how fucked up shit can get. No, that's Lafayette's flag graphic, ma'am.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I think you can make it now.
All right.
Have you been
That
watching
was the flag
downstairs?
that they commissioned for when Lafayette was ahead of his
No,
of his regiment or his army. That was his flag.
Wow.
That's a rare flag. I had to pay to have that made.
Okay. All right. Well, she'll
I
just
had
be a
that flag
disembodied
custom
voice.
made. Oh, I actually sat in church service at the Old North Church in Massachusetts in Lafayette.
I shouldn't have come.
Sunday service at the Old North Church in
We're gonna get
Lafayette.
hurt. I feel
Since
like I'm
then,
to a position.
I like Lafayette. I like, I always liked him. I just got more into it. And so,
I'm hurt. I need to sit down.
a friend of mine, Dan, who's real big, was coming to play with us, and they're from France, and they like history and like we do too. And so what I did is I commissioned that flag, and I had it made. It's just on nylon, but I had to pay the guy to make it. I showed him a picture, and he made it for me. It cost me $70 for a $10 flag. But it was $70, and I flew that flag, and then I had
I know. I'm just telling you.
all my flags that my father bought during the bicentennial.
Yeah.
I have like the giant Bennington flag, and I have the giant Don't Tread on Me, and I have all kinds of original Betsy Rosses. And so when they came to play with us, I decked the whole stage out with all the flags, and then I put the Lafayette flag right in the middle in honor for them. And they freaked out. My buddy was like, in broken English, was like, "Where did you get that flag? Where did you get that flag? That is amazing. That is amazing." He was freaking out. And I wanted to give it to him in a way, but in a way I was like, no way, I'm going to keep this. I should have gave it to him, and just had another one made, but whatever. I paid I paid a small king's ransom to them, which I got like all my money back at the door, but it's amazing. I had to pay the tour manager. If it was him, it would have played for free, but the tour manager wanted the bread, and I can understand that. I know how it is, Hey, you need to make your money back because it's quite expensive going overseas.
It gets less bad the more you do.
She brought some food up to me.
Oh, you have some jerk beef, my friend.
It's terrible. It's
The more I'm eating it, the less bad it is.
Yeah.
What is the jerk beef?
This is what's up.
Oh yeah, Modelo.
This is like my favorite right now because it's like Snappy Tom or like V8 with a little bit of beer in it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I've never tried it.
I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
It's like drinking tomato juice. It's like probably half and half beer, half tomato juice. Right, Basil?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
absolutely.
a Modelo Michelada?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's drinking.
Modelo Chelada.
I've only tried the other one that I don't like too much.
I like the limon. The limon is kind of an acquired taste. It's really, really salty and really, really limey.
Sounds good to me.
I can't open this with my back.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff there, Chief.
Here.
Yeah, I like it. It's good, man.
No, I haven't been drinking at all, man. I've really hit the high dry mark. I think the last time I had anything to drink was 4th of July, I think it was. Well, no, I mean I maybe had a few beers here and there, but I mean actually sat down to drink, to have a good time. It was probably 4th of July, and I didn't even drink that much. I think I drank I drank 2 neat whiskeys and a couple of beers, and that was it. It sucks getting old, man. I used to love to drink.
Me too. Well, do you remember when you used to take a shower like every night at like 10 o'clock to pregame? We used to shower up at 10 to be at the club at 11, right? To go to like Night Flight, or Wild Blue, or I used to party in Fresno quite a bit because my family.
Oh yeah,
was
man.
there.
Yeah.
And so I mean, you live that lifestyle where you go out every Thursday, Friday, Saturday at least, and then even Tuesday sometime.
Yeah. We probably rubbed shoulders before, man. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I used to do Club Fred a lot. Like I said, my cousins, they used to, the Landmark. Have you ever heard of the Landmark?
Yeah,
it's on Olive.
absolutely.
And so my family they sold the Landmark a couple of years ago. It switched hands, but we owned the Landmark for years, like 30, 40 years. We've always owned Livingstone's, and then we used to own a place called the Tropicana that used to be at the end of
Tropicana.
Yeah, so my family owned all three of those businesses and a lot of restaurants and bars. So I've dated bartenders and waitresses, and I did that whole thing where I used to hang out at the bar, had the inside track on all the girls because I was family. You know what I mean? So,
Rock on, brother. That's the way to be. I mean, I was always, I'd always belly up to the bar, and I always, had a good time at all those places, man.
Me and Ed's. I love Me and Ed's pizza.
Yeah,
Me and Ed's
absolutely.
is a Fresno thing.
Oh yeah.
I love Me and Ed's,
that was that was normal. You ate there almost every time you went out. That was before all the foodie trucks and all that stuff.
Chris's Meats. The Chris's Meats markets that's open 24 hours. Like you could go at 3 a.m. and get chicharrones, giant fucking chicharrones. I saw a guy get stabbed there one time in line. I was waiting in line to get a burrito at 4 a.m. and a dude got stabbed. There were guys beefing. Yeah, inside of that place.
Yeah. No, do you remember the Roding Park taco truck that was right there, right by the circle? That was another big one too. Go there when Chris was just a little far out of range because you were too drunk. You just go straight up and go to that one at Roding Park.
About that crazy serial killer that lived right by Roding Park, the dude with the kids that thought he was a vampire and everything. Remember?
Oh yeah,
he had 12 caskets built in his house for all of his kids.
Yeah, man. Dude, you should tell. Yeah,
Fresno's
you'd be probably
deep,
better.
Fresno's stories are deep. There was a serial killer that lived there for years in the neighborhood and raised a whole bunch of kids. He had kids with his own kids.
Yep. What? I shit you not. Tell Gra too that story, dude. That is off the hook, dude. I know you've seen that guy too. He used to wander around the Tower District, man. So I'd be standing in front of Club Fred.
One of those kids, one of those boys that was 19 used to hang out at Landmark, used to hang out at my bar, at my family's bar.
Yeah. No, I remember standing in front of Club Fred's and, we'd be out there having a cigarette out in front or whatever, bullshitting in between bands. And the killer, that guy used to come by and he used to look real cool. I noticed he looked, normal, just a black dude with dreadlocks, and he looked fairly clean. And he used to, bum a cigarette or whatever every once in a while, and you give it to him. He looked normal. And then I noticed probably about 2 or 3 years before they popped his asshole, that he started looking real horrid, man. I mean, it's like you'd be like, man, that dude went downhill, bro. What happened to that guy? He looked like Walking Dead. Oh, it was terrible. Yeah.
So in this normal middle class suburban neighborhood, there is this middle-aged man who had about 10 kids, and he had about 3 daughters that were teenagers. And first of all, he kept all these kids on a crazy tight. He's a crazy authoritarian cult leader, right? He taught them all kinds of crazy stuff and brought them up in the house where many of them couldn't even leave the house. A lot of them, the girls could never leave the house. So he procreated with his own daughters and made a 20-member family with babies and everything inside of this house. And they were like a cult, and it ended up in a standoff, and he killed about 10 of his kids. Right at the end, didn't he? Yeah. In the very end, yeah, with all the cops outside, and it was wacky. He's still alive. He's at Quentin. He's at Q, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like 20 minutes from where I live
no,
right now. The guy we're talking about is about 20 minutes from where I sit. He's at San Quentin.
Yeah. That's Wesson, right? Wesson was his name, right?
Wesson, Winston
Yeah.
Wesson, or Charles Wesson, or he had a boat too at Half Moon Bay. He was a high functioning dude. He owned a business. He was a veteran.
Yeah.
A bunch of shit about him. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was cool.
Marcus Wesson.
Really,
that's his name.
Marcus Wesson.
Yeah.
Are there
He
books
was
this guy?
he was like a really cool black dude. Like I remember seeing him in
He was a
the 80s.
vampire too. All right. There's a bunch of shit about this guy. Yeah. I don't think they've made a movie about him yet. This all happened about 20 years ago, and it's like a weird story. I don't think anybody, because all the kids are still, many of the kids are still alive. Not all of them. He killed a bunch of them. But there's like, his children were so brainwashed that even though their dad killed their own siblings during the trial, they were still on his side.
Yeah.
Right? Right, Basil?
Yeah.
They were all on TV on Fresno News like every night. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had you know, I guess we've had our serious share of the whack jobs. I mean, what's his name was from here too. The one of the big there's 2 or 3 really big psycho killers that came out of Fresno. I mean, it's incredible. You know, it's like I don't know. I mean,
the co-ed killer from Santa Cruz, he used to live in North Fork, and he murdered his grandparents in North Fork when he was a kid. Yeah, his own grandparents, like and then just Murder Town, USA. Well, Santa Cruz is like Murder Town, USA, dude.
oh yeah, Santa Cruz is real
I
crazy.
was there actually recently, and it's still kind of creepy. Well, it's still very creepy.
Yeah, it's because you have all those hills right there. I mean, I have family that lives, you know, in the Aptos Hills, and I can tell you, man, it gets pretty secluded up there. People get pretty crazy.
Yeah, you only have to drive a short distance to dump a body.
need to move these.
Yeah, and that's like, well, that's the big thing over here in Fresno too, is that, you know, the age-old secret in the valley is that, you know, you're going to come up missing. You know, I mean, how many millions of acres of farmland are out here, dude? You just drive down some old dusty road for an hour and a half and then bury a body and nobody will ever find it. You know what I mean?
Then if you own land out there, like if you own some orange or some grapefruit, and they're like, you're in every 10 years, they're going to find a dead body on your property because some bangers will kill people and then dump them out way out there in the orchards. And you don't even know because, you know, but that shit happens a lot out there.
Oh yeah. Same thing in the city though, man. They just take you out 10 miles and dump you out in the ocean.
They'll cut you up and put you in a suitcase and just leave you on the side of the street. That happened here. Yeah.
Yeah.
They found two suitcases with the same guy dismembered and stuffed in the suitcases, sitting right on the corner in broad daylight. Somebody just walking along, just set them down, and then they had no clue. They didn't catch it on camera or anything. This is another thing. You could look that up. This is another thing. Maybe 10 years ago, dead body in suitcases, San Francisco. But this place, dude, what's that guy? I don't even like saying his name out loud, but the big Chinese gangster here named Shrimp Boy, he's in San Quentin right now, and he still controls the whole like major part of this city, and it's dirty.
Well, didn't you? There was one of the senators or whatever was all in league with them, slinging M16s down there.
It's all deep, man. They're connected. It's deep. Yeah. I don't even know. That's crazy stuff when you think about it.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing. You know, you creep right. It's everywhere. I'm sure Texas has got their fair share of lunatics down yonder too. And I don't know about Graphic Man's neck of the woods over there, but it's
I don't think it's as bad in Missouri. Well, who knows? Missouri's who knows? It's everywhere. There's wacko stuff everywhere. There's crazy people everywhere.
Yeah, it's just getting over the top now, though.
All those kids. He killed about 10 little kids, I think, right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, man, that is such a trip, man. I mean, that guy was. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that guy. Probably
100 times before he got busted. You
He
know
would
who I
walk
seen? I
and
don't know if
love-
I told Grot too this story, but or maybe you. I told you and Grot too. Was that whack job that just recently last year or the year before lit up Catholic Charities, killed a couple of people with a gun. I can't think of his name. He was real crazy, man. He's a black dude. I seen him I was taking the bus, and that fool just gave me heebie-jeebies, man. This is about probably a month and a half before he went on his killing spree. Anyways, I seen him, and he had his hand in his pocket, and I was kind of like, dude, he wouldn't take his eyes off of me. He just kept looking at me right in the face. And, you know, I just kind of got real unsettled about it. So I flicked my cap off. And the only thing I figured, if he had a gun, I could headbutt him and then drive him down to the ground and pin his arm. Right. So I'm already in combat mode. You know that. You're a soldier too. Always looking for the deal. Right. And that this was like instantly. So I flicked my cap off, looked at him right in the face, and kept staring at him. And then I noticed the bus driver. I could see in my peripheral view because we were both up front of the bus. The bus driver was looking in the mirror. He's a big black dude too. And he kept looking in the mirror, looking at us. And I kept looking at him, and he kept looking at me. So that's when I flicked my cap off. And I was like, hey, dude, what's up? You know, trying to be friendly, you know, but cautious. And he wouldn't say nothing to me. And then I freaked out, man. And the bus came to a stop, and he got off the bus, and he just kept mad dogging me as he got off the bus. I was just like, wow.
Holy shit.
And then a month later, dude's on the news. Hey, where'd Grot go?
I don't know. Graphic Man, are you still here? His microphone is turned off. We're just like talking. It's just us.
Bullshit session.
I like the Graphic Man's like genie icon right there. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's killer, man. It's funny. That's it's like what's his name? Who is the Johnny Carson when he used to do the Swami?
Yeah, Karnak.
Yeah,
Amazing
Karnak.
thing. Yeah.
Yep.
There he is. He's
Wow,
back.
that's it. Something says spam risk up above on my thing. Oh, there he is. Hello.
Spam risk.
Yeah. He's got like one frame per
power. The chicken pie shop is freaking
Graphic
really
Man,
good,
go to
dude.
7-Eleven to get the drink.
I don't know. His microphone is off. You can hear us?
Yeah, the chicken pie shop's gone, dude. They got rid of it it closed. Yeah, about 2 years ago it went down. Yeah,
I
I
didn't know
finally
that,
went
man.
down.
I used to love that place, the chicken pie shop. Then there's also a really good Mexican restaurant, like almost directly across the street from there. I can't remember
Yeah,
the
it was
name
pretty,
of it.
yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I liked it now and then. You know, it was
yeah.
It was okay. What's it
Well, it's
called?
like cafeteria food. It's old people. You know what I mean? It's like that was the whole thing. It's the idea is that you're in a 60s or 70s style diner with like
exactly
Kmart menu.
Yes.
It's kind of, it reminded me of like inside of Kmart. Modelo, nice. Brady Bunch. Yeah, they were it was like the crazy cult vampire Brady Bunch. These kids were all convinced that they were vampires by their dad, who like was basically saying he was Jesus and he was a vampire, right?
Yep.
And he raised them. He raised them forcibly in the house and wouldn't let them go to school. And they believed he was like a Jesus vampire. That's it. That's basically it. Why haven't they made a movie about this, Basil? Because the kids
I
are
have
still
no idea.
Yeah, and he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah, for sure. Like you said, he's right down the road from you, man.
Yeah, he is. He's right here.
I went to turn off a power strip, and I didn't realize it was what the Wi-Fi was hooked up to, the power strip. So I turned off the Wi-Fi, not the Wi-Fi, but the range extender. And and so anyway, everything catastrophic.
Yeah, that guy was a trip, man. He was. I wonder what alphabet agency got to that guy, man. I mean, that for that guy to do what he did for as long as he did and get away with it was just, I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Weren't they saying at one point he had all the kids living on a boat in Half Moon Bay, right? Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah, he was a freaky guy. Like I said, I seen that guy at least 100 times. I must have gave him 100 cigarettes. He used to, you know, the default was always to go to Club Fred, and then later on it became Audie's, right? That was always the default. Like, you'd go out and party, and then you'd always end up, for my crew, we used to always end up going over there because, you know, it was always, it's a little less mainstream over there. It's like the perfect it was like the perfect dive bar, but still had class, you know? And so we'd always end up over there, and there would always be, you know, cool bands playing, whatever, and you always knew just about everybody that was in there. So we would go there inevitably almost every Friday and Saturday. We'd end up over there at some point. And that guy used to walk by, I don't know, half a dozen times. He'd walk by, and, you know, like I said, when I first started seeing him in the 80s, he was like really cool. And then you could see him just degenerate, you know, and his hair, his dreadlocks kept getting longer and longer. And we'd tease him, you know, we'd be like, oh yeah, dude, you're like Bad Brains, or, you know, whatever band. And he'd just kind of look at you, and he'd be all, do you have a cigarette? And be like, yeah. We'd give him a cigarette. And then, lo and behold, like you said, man, it was like, boom, on the freaking news, that guy is a stone cult leader killer. You know what I mean? Just,
yeah.
My friend,
like, had all these kids locked in the house, brainwashed and shit, and he made them all make coffins that were children sized for each kid.
Yep.
Like
each
kid.
In the house. Yeah. Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, man, that guy was over the top mad. You could see it at the end, though. You could see it, like I said, the couple of years before it all broke loose on that guy. He was looking real disheveled and really just creepy. His fingernails were real long and starting to curl, and he'd paint them sometimes. And I was like, man, this dude's like really looking shit, you know? It was weird.
It's really, it was really easy to blend into that neighborhood. I mean, I haven't lived there in a long time, but we're talking about a part of Fresno that's called the Tower District, which is like almost like a miniature San Francisco, in that it's where all the nightlife, all the hip, cool clubs and bars are. But at the same time, there's low rent housing and there's luxury housing right there. Might be an old mansion built in the 30s right there in the neighborhood that takes up 4 lots, and it's blended right into a Fleabag apartment building right next door or something, right, Basil? And
Yep.
And it's really old school. Like everything's old. All the plumbing is old. All the electric is old. All the cement and sidewalks are old. Everything is 20s, 30s, basically, right,
Mhm.
Basil? It's like,
Yep.
and that's basically it. It's like a miniature, like 4 mile or 3 mile San Francisco inside of Fresno.
Yeah, where I live right now, I'm like at the extreme end of the Tower District. Like I'm past, I'm about 2 miles from Tower District, but they still consider it a Tower District neighborhood, even though it's extreme. You know what I mean? It still has tower
And then
connotations.
also now it's a big LGBTQ or whatever place, and it never was before, but now that's the neighborhood too.
Oh yeah, no. When we used to hang out there, all the freaks were there, but it was like no big deal. It was like, you know, the freaks would walk around, and the punk rockers and the regular guys and the jocks and the whatever normal people, everybody just got along, and it was like no big deal. Now it's like, you know, what's so funny is that it's like when we were there, everything was like anti. The Tower District's whole trip theme is like anti-corporate. Like it was all independent clubs, independent small mom, family-owned businesses, all that stuff. Now the Tower District is starting to turn into like corporate garbage. It's like there's corporations dot the landscape in there now. You know what I mean? It's weird, man. And the kids think that that's cool. And it's like, no, man, that ain't cool. It's not cool at all. You know, it's like how many, when we were, you know, hanging out there, like there was all kinds of independent coffee houses and all kinds of different, you know, independent bookstores, independent mom
flavor of the neighborhood. There was a great comic shop that used to be right across from Club Fred called Wonderland Comics.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. It's still there. It's still there.
Yeah,
I've been in there. I went in there a couple of times.
I was there. He showed me. He had Gratu. He had a like container full of the old Marx Marvel superhero figures. He had probably 100 of them, like in a tub, and he was selling them for like $3 or $4 or $5 a piece. This would have been like in the late 90s, but he had like an excess stock of them. Like, and he didn't even care. He's like, meh.
They were probably reprints done in
big old
Mexico.
heavy set guy.
They might have been Mexican. You're right. You know what they were? Because they were in the bright colors. They were in like neon colors, so they might have been from Mexico. They're like bright green, bright red, bright pink, bright orange.
I'm not an expert, but I remember around. Wait, yeah, those are the red ones are the, because I painted mine, so it's hard for me to remember. Wait a second.
That was also the first place I ever saw Foom. I never saw Foom in person until I was in that place. That looks good.
I guess this was gray. I don't know. I sprayed it with primer, so I don't know what color it was. I painted it like last summer.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Well, it's certainly not professional, but yeah, they were repopped in the 90s or early 2000s in Mexico. A lot of these old Marx figures were, and then some were reprinted in I don't know, but I remember it was in the late 80s, maybe. I got extreme World War II stereotypes of the Japanese soldiers with bayonets, with a machete, that could never be done today.
So I think that's a weird situation. Like, I think it's almost like toy espionage, because what happened is the Marx never actually had a factory in Mexico. They never did. But what happened is those molds came from Illinois and went to Mexico, and then at first there was a company that called themselves Plastimarx, and they were Mexican and they used the molds, but then the molds got spread out, and then they're making all kinds of stuff with absolutely nothing on the bottom saying where it was or where it was made or when it was made or that it was Marx. But they were making obscure stuff, because I have like weird stuff that came from Mexico, like the fishes, the little sea creatures that Marx made. And so these molds somehow were stolen or sold, or It's
No, they
kinda
were
weird.
sold. I read a big old article about that. No, what happened was there was a big old train accident, and a bunch of those molds just, the train derailed. And there was like 15 cars full of molds that were supposed to be shipped. It was sometime in the 80s,
That was
or
the Aurora
80s, early
models.
90s. Yeah, exactly.
There was
Yeah,
some of the Aurora models molds were destroyed in a train wreck because Nabisco bought Aurora, and they were moving the molds, and the ones that were damaged became really rare. And then people just realized that they could make new molds from model kits, and
existing.
It was and I don't know if that's what it could be, that Mexico just had some figures and they cast them from the figures.
Right, that's possible.
I mean, there is detail, but I've never had the originals, so I don't know if there's lost detail. Yeah, I don't know. It could be. I kind of doubt Mexico had the actual molds, but yeah, I remember that happened. The train with the Aurora molds, but now everything, the ones that became really rare were like the gigantic Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein and Wonder Woman. They were saying, oh, the molds are gone, and then people were making resin kits. They were casting from built up Aurora kits, and then they were selling them as resin, and then but now all those have been, so that it just was harder to do that in the past. It's like it used to be a lot harder to reprint old comics. Now a guy can do it in his living room, or Lance Jones or wherever he works out of, and have 3 books done in a day. It used to be a huge procedure to try to reprint these old 50, 60-year-old books.
Hey,
there's Graphic Man. Well, as he steps back in, I'm going to step out and get something to eat. I'll keep on listening, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
That's cool.
Good
I
chat.
may not be on too much longer myself. Take care. Because my neck's, we haven't eaten, and my neck's starting to hurt.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to take off as well. Good seeing you guys.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks, Thanks, Graphic Man. Good talking to you guys.
You went to
Everybody's
Sonic,
drinking.
huh?
Everybody was drinking. I had to get something.
Oh, is that where you went? You really did go to the?
Yes,
really
I did.
I was
I've
joking.
been-
I
4
thought you
hours.
7-Eleven.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh well. I thought your refrigerator can't be that far away. So,
How's your back feeling? Are you okay?
it's starting to hurt a little bit. I probably need to ring off. But it's fun. But then when your back starts hurting, that's kind of a sign. My back's messed up, but he's doing a lot of progress. This chiropractor, he's pretty cool. So I'm going Monday back to him, and then on the 7th I go to the dentist. So I've got to get my back fixed enough to go and sit there and not be in too much pain while I'm at the dentist. Do you have ideas, Graphic Man, on your next mash-up project?
Well, if nothing really comes to fruition, I'm going to show pre-code, pre-hero, Journey into Mystery, Marvel Tales, Tales to Astonish, old stuff like that, and always Gold Key and probably some DC. And I'm going to have this great guest named Maya Greenblatt. He's going to show me and convince me that I should continue my Ren 1010 run into the Ren 1010 and Rusty era.
Oh yeah,
So-
you definitely should. I think you should.
We'll hear him out, because I just look at those covers and I go, who is this little crumb cruncher on the cover with my great Ren 1010? And I don't want to share him with some little kid, but he was explaining that, you have to put yourself in Rusty's shoes and how cool that would be to grow up on a fort with the dog and all that. So we'll see. But I look forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Well, I think early on, have you read some of the early ones with that Eskimo kid named Muckluck?
The Rusty books?
No, the Rin Tin Tin. So, I mean, what I was going to say is that basically Rin Tin Tin and Lassie are kind of the same. The dog is never alone. You always have to, like, there's always this person. Sometimes in Lassie, every issue would be different. One issue, Lassie would be with these college age couple. The next issue, Lassie is with a family. So Rin Tin Tin early on was kind of the same way, but there were a lot of issues of Rin Tin Tin where he was in Alaska with this guy and like a grown man, and this grown man had a young Eskimo boy with him named Muckluck, who was with Rin Tin Tin all the time. And it was more than subtly racist, I suppose we would say now, because Muckluck spoke in like a broken tongue or something, you know, kind of like, you know. Anyway,
maybe it's like the Conan stories where they're told out of order at different points in Lassie's life.
Oh,
yeah.
Because Robert E. Howard wrote the stories in different order. He started with a story where he's a king, and then he had a story where he's a pirate, and then later in the 60s they put all the stories in chronological order for the paperbacks, but they weren't originally written that way. You're just figuring out the life of this historical figure.
And by the way, Gratu, earlier you walked on the other side of the room. You had your books or the magazines that he had given you. One of them was a pulp art book. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh, you want to see some of it?
Yeah, but not now. Not now. I know you're hurting, but maybe Wednesday, maybe Wednesday or another Gratu episode. I'd love to see the interiors of that.
Sure, yeah. I've got several coffee table books like that. I've got one on the art of Norman Saunders, and that pulp art book used to be pretty commonly available, at least around here at Half Price Books.
Okay. I'm sure it's dynamite.
Oh yeah, it's a good book. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I need to figure out what we're going to eat here and put an ice pack on my back. So yeah, I'll see you guys Wednesday, and let's see, tomorrow's Sunday. I'll be at work. I don't think I'm going to do a show in the evening, and then Monday I need to figure. Monday we should all go to wherever Lance Jones is at, and I'll contact you guys somehow.
Okay.
Is there a way to? Maybe there's a way, Meyer, I can contact you without having to do a show to contact you.
Well,
yeah,
I don't think I have a way to text you or anything.
I need to get your address.
You guys could pull the plug, and then you could talk offline.
I can.
Yeah. Let's just pull the plug and share information. That's the way to go.
Yeah. That's how I got Meyer's address. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
This is really good, Graphic Man. You might like this. This is a Guandanaland, and it's one of those ones like we were looking at earlier. This is like Legion of Oddball Heroes Readers Collection.
Okay.
And it has got some weird stuff in it. Marine, Mother Hubbard, the Gorilla, and Dr. Hormone.
Well, sounds right up my alley.
Can you flip through it?
Yep.
See the interior?
Yep. So this one is really odd. This is Marine, and she is like a Wonder Woman character. She's like Wonder Woman and Namor all mixed together, is how I would describe her.
So how much more is it to get the color version?
Yeah. The color version is like probably $40, and this is probably $15.
Oh. So it's better to get the black and white unless it's just something just unbelievable.
Yeah, for me it is. I mean, I'm doing this because this is for reading. You know what I mean? I want to read these.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this kind of odd, weird stuff. So he's putting together like a lot of books like this that are just unusual titles that we would never have a chance to even know existed.
Right.
Well, that's something I'd probably get in black and white. But when I get the planets or the jumbos, I'm probably going to want those in color.
Yeah, Fiction House stuff, I would think.
Yeah,
so.
I want those jumbos too, but it's going to be so expensive. I've looked at them; they're like $70 for the.
Oh, are they for color?
Yeah.
Well, but if you maybe the only way to talk yourself into it is to think about what it would cost to buy all the original issues.
You're exactly right. And the idea that you would never have an opportunity to read this stuff anyway, without buying those issues, because they're not, no one else has reprinted them. And
a lot of the Fiction House I have scans of, and I got them from, it's a free website. I can't think of it.
I think that's where he's getting a lot of his scans.
Yeah, and in fact, look on your back of your Guandonaland book, and he'll give the website. I forgot what it was. Digital Comic Underground or something like that. And you can read them, right? Page.
Cool. Well, I guess let's ring off, but stay on, and then we'll talk a little bit after the stream. Anyway, so let's everyone out there in the world, meet us with Lance Jones. I'll somehow communicate to people how to get there. Maybe I'll put a comment under this video where to go on Monday night. I guess it's Monday night. Anyway, take care, everybody, in the broadcast.